Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Sussex for the final day of this Bob Willis Trophy clash. The final game for both these sides in the Bob Willis Trophy this season, and we are set for what will be a short day but could be a very interesting day because Sussex start this morning 109 for 9. That's a lead of 136 with Stuart Meeker 32 not out, Henry Crocombe 0 not out. Dan Moriarty last evening 16.5 overs, 16 overs, 5 maiden, 6 for 60. Amar Verdi 13 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 31. It was a very lively final session, and whatever cricket we get today I think will be very lively. So it's lovely to have you with us on a humid day here in South London. We got cloud cover, but it's nice and warm and we're set fair for this final day. And as I say, it's the final day of Bob Willis Trophy action for these two sides. Lots of eyes on games elsewhere. We know that Essex are into the final, and then we'll see who their opponents are by this evening. We'll know who Essex will play in the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. But from a Sussex point of view, can they find some more runs through Stuart Meeker and Henry Crocombe? And can Surrey pick up this last wicket as quickly as possible and then chase down whatever target they have put in front of them by Sussex? Johnny Barron is alongside me. Adrian Harms will be with us after 11 o'clock because he has to do his top of the hour update. So Adrian will be with us after 11 o'clock. But Johnny Barron, good morning to you.
Good morning,
and
Mark Church.
It should be an interesting day, whatever cricket we get.
Well, exciting times, that's for sure. And it's all set up, isn't it? Because Sussex have a semblance of an awkward target to set Surrey here. If Stuart Meeker can add a few this morning, 20-30, it becomes that that much harder. But I think regardless, as you quite rightly said, I think it'll be absolutely fascinating this morning.
Now, I asked the great Andrew Sampson, and I'm going to get to this in a bit because Mr. Sampson might be tuned in, but I asked Andrew Sampson the question yesterday of how many players have picked up 3 consecutive fifers in their first 2 first-class games, which is exactly what Dan Moriarty has done. And as always, the great man has got back to me. So this will be interesting, and I'll sort of run through that in this first half an hour this morning. Umpires are out there in the middle. Umpires Bainton and Debenham, and then Surrey led out by a skipping Amar Verdi, which is nice to see. Good morning to everybody who's tuned in on the Surrey live stream as well. Ground looking a picture there on the Surrey live stream, but Messrs Meeker and Crocombe are out there in the middle. Dan Moriarty has 11 in the game now. Spoke to him last night. He's a lovely lad, Dan Moriarty. He really is. And I think, you know, he probably is not surprised himself because he believes in himself. But actually, as a start in first-class cricket, it's been pretty spectacular from him. It really has been.
Reigate boy. Fascinating.
With an eye on next season as well. So, Amar Verdi having a chat with his captain, Rory Burns, because it will be Amar Verdi to get us started this morning. Just 1 wicket needed by Surrey then. And that lead for Sussex, just a reminder, they lead by 136. So it equates really to 136 for 9. Sun's out now, very nice it is. Very pleasant. Ben Folkes is bouncing around on his feet behind the stumps of Crocombe. Stuart Meeker's down at the non-strikers end. Played very well last night, Stuart Meeker. This is the highest score in the innings for Sussex. So played very well last night, did Stuart Meeker, because at one point Sussex found themselves 62 for 8. But a very good partnership between Meeker and Carson got it up to 102. And they closed last night on 109. So our first ball of the day, it's Amar Verdi with his off breaks, bouncing in over the wicket from the pavilion end. And first ball tucked away just in front of Scott Borthwick in there at leg slip from Crocombe. So they've got the slip, the leg slip and the short leg. There's a man at 45 just behind square on the leg side. Amar Verdi. Little skip as always at the top of his mark. Then over the wicket he comes to Crocombe, and Crocombe's forward and nudges this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. As you can hear from that crashing, the builders are in again today, continuing to build the tiers on the Peter May stand. Busy period of T20 cricket coming up after this day of Bob Willis Trophy action, as this one's turned into the leg side by the right-handed Crocombe. Of course, Sussex still to come to the Keir Oval in terms of T20 cricket. But this is our final day of 4-day cricket, and I've really enjoyed the Bob Willis Trophy for one major reason. As in over the wicket comes Amar Verdi, forward goes Crocombe, plays this one into the leg side. I've absolutely loved watching these young lads.
I agree.
And I've also enjoyed these young lads doing their stuff, while some, I tweeted this morning, who've been there, done that and got the t-shirt, are still performing as well. So it's been fascinating 5 rounds of games, it really has. As Amar Verdi is in and Crocombe is pushing off the back foot straight back up the pitch. Verdi does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. Moriarty looks like he's ready to get going from the Vauxhall end. Stood out there at cover point. Here's Dan Moriarty. As I say that, he's just been pushed out now to give them the single if they want it, to give Crocombe the strike at the start of the next over. As Verdi is in, this is quicker, and Crocombe pushes it straight back up the pitch. Maiden over to get started. Not a lot has happened. 109 for 9. Mika 32, Crocombe yet to get off the mark.
Well, it's been the season of opportunity, hasn't it, for young players up and down the land, and actually those opportunities are going to increase, especially with the fact that the Kolpak agreement will go out the window at the end of the season. It'll just be 2 overseas per county. That'll wheedle out a few, and obviously with the various bubbles involved in the international game, lots of opportunities. Fantastic to see.
So this from Andrew Sampson as Dan Moriarty is getting ready to go. So I make Moriarty the 18th player worldwide to have taken 3 consecutive fifers in their first 2 first-class matches. However, and he's put in brackets, you'll like this bit, which I do, he is the first to do so in inter-county matches. There are 2 other players, Jack Walsh in 1938 and P.S. Chawla in 2009, who did this in their first 2 county matches, but they have both played first-class cricket before their county debut. Brilliant from Andrew.
Yeah.
So we think that Moriarty is the first to do it in county cricket.
Fantastic.
So well done to him. And I'm, of course, Mr. Sampson, he's the one man who would know. So we think that Dan Moriarty is the first to do it in terms of his first-class debut being against a county and his next game being against a county. Moriarty it is then, coming into Mika, pushing this one down towards backward point. So that's a nice little feather in Dan Moriarty's cap, and he's the 18th to do it sort of worldwide. But county debut, first class debut was against a county, next game against a county, he's the first to do it. As Moriarty is in and Mika drives down the ground, he's going to get a single. There's Amla diving. Oh, he's lost his sun hat. That's Hashim Amla. And they'll pick up a single, first run of the day for Stuart Mika. He moves on to 33, 110 for 9.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Dan Moriarty, and as we were alluding to in various hostilleries in that there London last night,
well,
I think we, Surrey have
one
hostillery. One hostillery.
Yes.
I think Surrey have stumbled across a fantastic combination for next year and beyond. Kind of Embry Edmonds territory, and Zari Batty.
Well, Sack Lane Salisbury.
The
one that springs to mind. As round the wicket comes Moriarty, and this is pushed by Crocombe off the back foot, straight back up the pitch. Moriarty does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Chuck in somebody's 85 plus with.
Round the wicket once again then goes Moriarty. Crocombe's forward, playing this one down into the leg side. That rolls into Will Jacks.
Jamie Overton as well. Handy, very handy.
Waits again, there's the tall figure of Crocombe. Moriarty round the wicket to him, and he's letting this one go. Outside is off stump, bit of bounce there for Moriarty. But yes, that's a real feather in Dan Moriarty's cap. The first one in terms of a first-class debut against the county, and then his next game being against the county to take 3 fifers consecutively, as he's a bit crosser as this one because it was wide outside the off stump and Crocombe didn't have to play a shot at it. End of the over, 110 for 9.
One thing that Surrey will be quite encouraged by is the fact that actually Stuart Meeker, 33 or 58, Crocombe's been in 18 balls now. As the ball's got a fraction softer, things definitely have got a little easier, haven't they? You feel if they can weather the early stages of the new ball.
Well, you would have thought they'll give the new ball to Carson.
Oh, completely, absolutely.
So Carson will go from one end, and then, well, Crocombe was the standout bowler for them in the first inning, so that might be your starter for 10.
I'll tell you what, no reason why James Coles can't be a story today as well.
No, absolutely.
Picked up folks yesterday.
Well, Rawlings himself, because Rawlings did more bowling than Coles with that left arm spin. So it's going to be Amar Verdi with our 3rd over of the day, and it's going to be Meeker on strike to him for the first time. Be interested to see how Meeker plays this. He's got 33 runs, Stuart Meeker. Verdi's into him. Oh, there we go. He's reverse sweeping. Oh, he's managed to get that through cover as Stuart Meeker. Clever shot that. He's going to pick up a couple. Not exactly where he intended, but he picks up a couple more runs to Stuart Meeker. He moves on to 35. 112 for 9, and that lead moves up to 139. Psychologically, 150 would be good for Sussex.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lovely day now. Blue
gorgeous.
Sky, sun out. Verdi in. Meeker's down the pitch to him, and he's struck this pretty well. He's not going to take the single, though. Down there to Jamie Overton at long on.
Good cricket this from Meeker. I'll tell you what's impressed me. He's played the percentages well, hasn't he? He's seen where he can score, and the threat outside the off stump. If you can get any kind of bat on it, you're away, aren't you? Front of square.
Well, he waits again, does Stuart Meeker. As in over the wicket goes Verdi to him, and Meeker's reverse sweeping again. Oh, that's missed everything. How on earth has that missed the stumps? Oh dear. So he's reverse sweeping from outside his leg stump, and that's missed everything. And they haven't taken a run. They could have taken a run, but Meeker wants to see as much of the strike as possible. Meeker, as I say, the first ball looked for the reverse sweep and managed to get it through cover. As he waits again. Burns has just dropped back to backward point as this one's slapped by Meeker. Doesn't really time it at all. He's trying to get after Verdi here. Is Stuart Meeker. That rolls again down towards Jamie Overton. Now 4 balls of the over gone. They're leaving the field out, so he can nick a single if he wants to here, Stuart Meeker. They've left the field out.
Yep.
Meeker waits again. Interestingly now they're getting rid of the short leg as well to square leg. As over the wicket goes Verdi once again. Meeker's down the pitch and it hits his pad, rolls away into the leg side. You'd have thought they'll come up now. Yep, here they come. So up come the fielders now.
Understandably, they're still giving him cover, and I like that. I do like that.
I think that's mainly because they're saying to Stuart Meeker, look, let's be honest, he's danced down the pitch a couple of times and absolutely clothed it to mid-on. As in over the wicket once again goes Verdi. Little paddle from Meeker, shout for LBW. It rolls away down into the offside. They won't get a run, so that didn't quite work out because Crocombe's still on strike. It's the end of the over. 112 for 9. Meeker has 35. Crocombe yet to get off the mark, but I suppose Crocombe's job here is just stick around as long as you can with Stuart Meeker.
Well, I think the trick is kind of here really for Crocombe is to try and avoid, if you can, playing the ball. If Moriarty operates outside the off stump, when he gets tighter to the stumps it becomes harder, doesn't it?
I'm not saying, but that would be a wonderful piece of coaching though, wouldn't it? Now today everybody, I'm going to teach you, try and avoid the ball. As here is Moriarty to Crocombe. Crocombe pushing this one down towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Andrew Strauss masterclass on Sky. First thing he said as an opener. What you want to do is you want to play as little as possible.
Yeah, it's very, very true. As Moriarty was about to come round the wicket and decided against it.
Leg stump line, I reckon, for Moriarty. Got to play at those.
3 slips in a gully as Moriarty is in, and that's wide outside the off stump. Crocombe has absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Well, that's it, you see. He needs to be on the stump a fraction fuller, and then he's got to lunge. What's going on there?
Stuart Meeker and Dan Moriarty are now chatting, and Folkes is down the pitch as well at the moment. Obviously Meeker not happy with something at the non-striker's end, as Moriarty ready to come in once again. This is quicker, and this is pushed by Crocombe out towards extra cover, and there is no run.
Tell you what, he shapes up nicely, Crocombe, doesn't he?
Most of them can bat these days. As in comes Moriarty, and this is whipped by Crocombe. That's a very good shot from Crocombe, because Moriarty has just gone on to sort of that middle and leg line, and Crocombe has just flicked it through the leg side. Valuable runs those from Crocombe, and he's off the mark with a boundary. Sussex move on to 116 for 9. That lead now 143.
Going to take some batting. That new ball will bounce. Saw it yesterday. Softens, does become a little easier. That's a long way off.
Moriarty in once again, and Crocombe punches this one down towards mid-on. There is Hashim Amla to do the fielding. He'd have a say today, I would have thought, Mr. Amla. Well, look, let's be honest, with this Surrey batting lineup, if they don't get whatever they've meant to get, then round the wicket comes Moriarty, forward goes Crocombe, pushes this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. End of the over, 116 for 9. Meeker 35, Crocombe 4. But I think from a Sussex point of view, they're just going to make it as difficult as possible. And this is a Surrey side that haven't won a game in the Bob Willis Trophy this season. So, whatever it is they have to chase, they should get there. Unless Meeker now goes Burresque and hits 100, then... Now, Folkes is still not happy with something here. He's wandered over to have a word with umpire Debenham. Stuart Meeker, is this about running down the middle of the pitch again?
It is.
Yeah, so
exactly what it is.
This is all. This chat is about running down the middle of the pitch. So Ben Folkes would have a good eye on that from behind the stumps. Rory Burns is not happy either. He's still chuntering away to umpire Debenham. So Burns is not happy with something. And umpire Debenham and Burns continue the conversation.
Any chances in cricket, lads? Just a thought.
I think Burns is just making his point there to umpire Debenham, which he's allowed to do. Umpire Debenham's making his point back to Rory Burns, which he's allowed to do. So this conversation continues, and Amar Verdi will continue from the pavilion end of the ground. Stuart Meeker just making Verdi wait a touch here and taking his guard, as Verdi ready to come in over the wicket to Stuart Meeker. Here he goes down the pitch again, driving Meeker, but Verdi I think got a fingertip to that. Round comes Jamie Overton to do the fielding, and there is no run. So he's tried it a couple of times now. Meeker come down the pitch, driving, doesn't take the single again. Just got to be a bit careful here that Verdi just doesn't fizz one a bit wider outside the off stump. As Verdi's in, Meeker slog sweeping. It's got a lot of that. That's a good shot from Stuart Meeker. That's going to run away for 4. Good shot from Meeker. Moves on to 39 now. That Sussex lead moves on to 147. It's been a good 15 minutes this for Sussex. 120 for 9.
Well, it's clever stuff from Meeker, because he's got Verdi to bowl straight at him, because the reverse sweep has worked well for him. And as a result, he can get closer to the ball, and he's opened up the onside. Nice batting.
Lovely day. As Verdi, he's over the wicket once again. Meeker's down the pitch again, smears this leg side. It's a horrible shot. James Taylor does the fielding, but he gets a single. Meeker moves on to 40 here. Very good runs, 121 for 9. That leads 148. The field will now come up. So field comes up for Crocombe. How many balls have we got left? 3 balls left in the over. There are 3 men around the bat of Crocombe. as Amar Verdi in his short sleeve sweater comes round the wicket once again. Crocom's forward, thick inside edge. That runs down to Jacks in there at short leg, and there is no run. Bit of a breeze across the ground today. Lovely day for cricket, this.
Oh, isn't it just? Shame it's kind of all over, really. As far as the
well, still some 2020,
4 days
of
stuff.
course. As forward goes Crocombe, runs, turns this one down towards Finch, who slides to his right to do the fielding. And they will pick up a single. So the lead now 149. 1 ball left of the over. What does Mika do here? Because he sort of wants to be on strike. Stuart Mika. So can he find a single? Scott Borthwick's going out from that leg slip position and has left the helmet behind Ben Folkes, and Will Jacks will go into that leg slip position. Rory Burns is signalling out to James Taylor just to get him a little squarer at mid-wicket. And Amar Verdi gets ready to come in over the wicket, but Folkes is just saying you're happy with where Taylor is. Verdi and Burns say they are, and then Verdi actually is just pushing Borthwick a little deeper at mid-wicket. Amar Verdi then is over the wicket to Mika, and Mika, well, he'll get his single because he's jumped inside the line of the ball. He sent Will Jacks the wrong way at leg slip. Well battered Stuart Mika finds the single, keeps himself on strike. Good stuff. Mika 41, the lead's exactly 150. So psychologically, that's a good marker for Sussex. 123 for 9.
Well, it is. Take some batting. It'll take some batting. In the 37th over of the innings, and life has got a lot easier. Not a shadow of a doubt for Sussex now against a slightly older ball. It's not fizzing and jumping as much as it was at the beginning.
Good morning to Nathan in Singapore. Hope you're well, Nathan. Lovely to hear from you, sir. Hope everything, well, at the moment especially, hope everything is okay with you, sir. Lovely to hear from you. As Dan Moriarty, left arm round the wicket, he comes to Stuart Mika, and Mika chops him down towards backward point. Oh, they're going to take the single off the first ball of the over, because actually, to be fair here, Crocombe's played fine.
Absolutely.
So, you know, sometimes these sort of let's try and give the batsman the single, actually, you're sort of just better off trying to get one of them out. 124 for 9, or Overton's getting warmed up. That's a good move, I think. As Moriarty is in, and Crocombe plays this off the back foot, pushes away out towards short extra cover, and there's no run, because that's what your big nasty quick bowler's there for, running, knock your stumps out the ground, we all go off. 124 for 9. As here is Moriarty, and Crocombe's down the pitch to him. That's nicely played. That'll be Amla. That's away for 4. Lovely shot from Crocombe. Good use of his feet, and just tucked away through the leg side by Crocombe. And Crocombe moves on to 9, and this young Sussex side keep fighting away. 128 for 9.
Absolutely. Crocombe playing a really good hand here, because I think Overton actually made him pretty uncomfortable in that first innings, didn't he? Crocombe did face him and played most shots from square leg, but against this he's very comfortable.
Moriarty is in to Crocombe, and Crocombe's forward, just pushing this one down into the leg side. Will Jacks comes up to do the fielding, and there is no run. Stuart Mika leant on his bat there at the non-striker's end. Moriarty is in once more. Here goes Crocombe again, using his feet, but he's stubbed this one down into the leg side, and there is no run once again. Borthwick's just wandered up to have a chat with umpire Debenham about something. Popular man this morning, umpire Debenham. Everybody wants to chat to him. As Moriarty is in, and Crocombe, that's hitting the pad, looking to turn leg side, and won't take the single. So 1 ball left of the Moriarty over. Been a good, oh no, apologies, that is the over. So it's a good 20 minutes that for Sussex at our first hand sanitisation break. So Sussex have added 19 this morning, and they've got that lead over 150, 155 is the lead.
Well, another 20, that really would be tough.
Well, it shouldn't be. I'm sorry, but, you know, with this Surrey batting lineup, it shouldn't be. Sussex should make it tough. But really, You look at the Surrey batting lineup. Anything under 200, Surrey should chase
Oh,
down.
of course they should. But Sussex were, I mean, they were, 59 for 7. Collapses can happen. Side generally short of confidence without a win this season, but they do have their internationals back.
I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but what I'm saying is you look at the two sides
and
you look at the Surrey batting lineup and you think, right, anything under 200, you should be knocking them off. But Surrey haven't won a game in this competition this season. Got rolled over at Arundel for 74. They couldn't get to the target against Kent here. So, it won't be straightforward. But just in terms of who they've got in this side, then they should fancy their chances, really.
Harry Finch is the second highest scorer on 13.
That's why this Mika, it's been a very good innings from Mika at 42.
I got quite tasty odds on him being leading scorer in this innings.
So, Amar Verdi's having a bit of a natter with Rory Burns down there in the distance. Elsewhere, because as I say, it's an important day elsewhere for finding out who will be playing Essex in the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. So Somerset and Worcestershire. Worcestershire need another 178 to win. They're 67 for 2. I think I'm right in saying that if Derbyshire didn't win their game, which looks highly unlikely, against Lancashire, and Worcestershire beat Somerset, it'd be Worcestershire that would go into the finals. Here is Verdi to Mika. Mika's pushing forward, thickish inside edge. That rolls away into the leg side, and there's no run because Lancashire are 338 for 6, leading by 362. So Derbyshire will have to do something pretty spectacular on the last day to win that at Egbert. Up there at Liverpool. In over the wicket again goes Verdi, and this is smashed in the air by Mika, and he's gone. He's picked out Jamie Overton, who took a very good catch running back, but that's been a fine innings from Stuart Mika, and it will mean that Surrey will need 156 to win. Sussex are all out for 128, and Amar Verdi finishes with 4 for 40, Johnny Barrett.
Yeah, nice stuff for Amar Verdi, and really impressive actually for the two spinners to take all 10 in that innings, and I think Surrey will be delighted with this. 155, 156 the chase, but Sussex, well, they've added a few this morning. They've got themselves into a position where early wickets, and well, who knows, time will tell, but I've just got a feeling there's definitely going to be some twists and turns over the next couple of hours or so.
Some twists and turns on this, the final day of the Bob Willis Trophy, and Surrey will need 156 to win. Interestingly, Ben Folkes and umpire Debenham are still in deep discussion out there, and Folkes wasn't happy behind the stumps about something, and he's continued that discussion with umpire Debenham, which he's very much entitled to do, Ben Folkes. So it's an interesting thing with that is it's unlike Ben Folkes. It must have been something that riled him a little bit. That's not like Ben Folkes.
It was something to do with Stuart Mika, wasn't it? They were referring to, or seemed to be.
Well, so 6 for 70 for Dan Moriarty. Amar Verdi 4 for 40. Johnny Barron this is exciting. He's got a new piece of paper on his clipboard, Johnny Barron. So that means that something's happening. If Barron gets a new piece of paper out, it means something's happening. Bad light. Oh, that's not ideal for Somerset and Worcestershire. There's bad light at Worcester. So, yes, that'll be interesting if they don't get out there. Leicestershire 92 for 6. So they trail Yorkshire by 36 runs. Of course, Kent beating Hampshire yesterday, and Essex beating Middlesex yesterday. Warwickshire and Glamorgan. Warwickshire declaring at 347 for 7. Glamorgan 19 without loss on the chase. And of course, the Gloucestershire Northamptonshire game was abandoned on the first day. So those are all your other scores. We'll keep you up to date. Of course, England losing last night to Australia. A bit of news I saw this morning is that Jason Roy's fit again, which is good news for the ODIs. So that's terrific.
That is good news.
Now, here we are then. Shall I go through the scorecard?
Why not?
Yes. Thomason, well, I can think of some very good reasons not to, but I will. Thomason, stumped by Ben Folkes off Moriarty in the first over for 9. Then Haynes caught by Amler off Moriarty for 8. And then Harry Finch caught by Burns off Moriarty for 13. Delray Rawlings caught by Taylor off Verdi for 9. Ben Brown, LBW to Verdi for 7. Coles, LBW to Verdi for 10. Visa caught Overton bowled Moriarty for 4. Garton, LBW Moriarty for 1. Carson caught Burns bowled Moriarty for 6. And Stuart Meeker caught Overton bowled Verdi for 42. Crocombe finishing 9 not out. And the bowling figures for Surrey, Jamie Overton 3 overs 1 maiden none for 8, and then Moriarty finished with 19 overs 5 maiden 6 for 70. So and as we were saying this morning from Andrew Sampson, first man in cricket, first class debut against one county, second game against another county, so in terms of county cricket, first man to take 3 consecutive fivers in his first 2 first-class games, Dan Moriarty. And Amar Verdi, 16.2 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 40, so all 10 to the spinners, and they were the only 3 to bowl. So it's 156 for Surrey to win. Won't be straightforward, as Johnny Barron's been saying, but I'll say my point again. With this batting lineup, they should get 156 to win the game.
Stuart Meeker can look fairly untroubled at number 9. I think it boils down to how they handle the first 30 odd overs, isn't it? 20 or 30 overs. If they can keep it tight, the run rate won't really matter because runs will come. The danger is getting themselves into a mess.
The other thing I would say is if Sussex bowl like they did at the start of that Surrey innings, we'll be done and dusted within an hour.
Yeah.
Because the way that Burns got going,
if
Burns starts again like that, it won't take long.
So
they've got to use the new, and I think they'll, Garton's their strike bowler, but I think the way that Crocombe bowled, they must be thinking about Carson and Crocombe to get started.
Absolutely.
A few men round the bat, see if you can make it as difficult as possible.
Indeed. Fascinating stuff. And this game has sort of bubbled into life, hasn't it, the last couple of days? The pickle theory has come nicely into into play.
Yes, of course.
It's always nice to sort of talk about the pickle theory and then the pickle theory to actually transpire.
It doesn't happen often.
Well,
does it?
Well, no, not always. But
when it does,
well, it's a good one, isn't it?
Very much so. So there's the bell, and the players will be out in a moment to get us started. What did you have for breakfast this morning then, Baron?
Well, actually, courtesy of my dear Ma.
Yes.
Fried bread.
Lovely. I did hear, because I was
eggs and tomatoes.
I was lucky enough to stay.
Yes, at Chateau Baron.
It's very nice. But I did hear the final bit of the conversation I heard last night was, is there gluten-free bread in the fridge?
In the freezer.
In the freezer. So that's good news. That's good news. Excellent. So you've had a good start to the day.
Yes, my very thoughtful sister often keeps some bread downstairs.
For you, of course.
Good girl like that.
Keeping you happy. So the heavy roller is out there at the moment, going up and down, and then the Sussex players will be out there again in a few moments' time, hoping to get a couple of early ones. And Rory Burns and Scott Borthwick will be opening up. Of course, they put on in the first innings 162. Rory Burns and Scott Borthwick. So yes, 162 it was in the first innings. In fact, we've had 2 in the first innings. Of course, those 2 big opening partnerships. 164, apologies, 164 they put on, and then of course we had the 102 run partnership between Haynes and Thomason. So in the first innings the openers prospered, didn't they? And we're talking about the new ball. Well, they actually prospered against the new ball in the first innings. Jason Gillespie will be doing his last, well actually, I think we'll be deep into this by lunchtime. I think we'll probably get out there again after lunch for a bit. But this will be his final big team talk. Well, he's got some T20 to go, hasn't he? But he joined Adrian Harms yesterday.
It feels like the end of an era, isn't it? Gillespie's been he's put such a large footprint on our domestic game. What could have been 3 titles in a row, couldn't it? Those last day shenanigans at Lord's back in the day, but 2 titles for Yorkshire.
Yes, and I think, listening to him yesterday, he's very pleased with where he's leaving Sussex.
Yeah.
For somebody to pick up the baton.
Well, one of those sides who've sort of floated around the upper echelons of Division 2. I mean, who knows what the format's going to be next year? I mean, one I heard was like kind of going back to everybody playing each other once. I heard as one thing that was on the table.
I think they've got a lot of scenarios.
40, or having one division of 14. I don't know. I mean,
well, I think what they're waiting on is where we'll be for next summer. So that I think they've got a lot of different scenarios up their sleeve.
I mean, I think actually you need to be sort of. I think these days, I mean, you only have to look at the raft of restrictions that were introduced overnight as far as gathering is concerned, only up to 6 in social settings or at home.
Someone tweeted, did make me smile actually, it's not great news for S Club 7.
Yeah, I saw that.
Very good.
I saw that.
Very good.
Saw that.
So
it works okay though. But yeah, another setback. I think the reality is, Church, you've got to be quite fluidity, isn't it? Being fluid, I think, is how the game has to be.
Yes. So there's a team talk out there between Ben Brown and his troops, and then umpires Debenham and Baton are making their way out to the middle. Just before we get started, I'm going to nip and have a quick call of nature, John Brown, so that when Adrian Harms comes in, you can take a break, but I'll have my call of nature now.
Of course, old boy, no problem at all. And out come Burns and Borthwick. Batted well in that first inning. Something like that will be what Surrey are looking for, and what Sussex will be hoping for is a repeat of what happened in the third innings of the match. 62 for 8 they were. 62 for 8. Something like that would be very handy. And Stuart Meeker has rescued 42. Next highest score was 13 by Harry Finch. Has got them up to a position where they're in the game with 156 to win, but as Mark Church has pointed out on a number of different occasions, Surrey, with the calibre of this side, of the internationals in this side, should. A lot of test players coming in. Rory Burns, Scott Borthwick, both with test caps. The likes of Amler and Folkes. And you've got the emerging talents as well alongside. Church is back in the box. So we Crocombe, who impressed greatly in the first innings, will be the man to open up. Bowled beautifully. I really like the way he bowled actually, when got a little harder with the ball as well. Operating right arm over. There's just the one slip in the gully. Visa's in the gully. Covering fairly defensive field, if I'm perfectly honest. Few men out on the ropes on the leg side, deep square and fine leg. Morden's there at extra cover. Stuart Meeker at mid-on, short mid-wicket as well. Here is Crocombe, first ball of the innings, wide of the crease and left alone comfortably by Rory Burns outside that off stump.
I suppose it's that balance, isn't it, between attack and defence. Don't want Surrey to get off to an absolute flyer, but you also want to try and pick up wickets, so sort of getting the balance right.
Have another slip, I think, at this phase of the game. Just mind, it's interesting. It's neither one thing nor the other. Man back for the short ball on the onside. Here is Crocombe again. Right arm over, he's wide of the crease to Burns, who's working away in mid-wicket. There'll be a single as the youngster. James Coles does the fielding out there at mid-wicket. Score is up and running. Burns off the mark with one.
And Scott Borthwick out there opening up again. 50 in the first innings for Scott Borthwick. And he's opening up again here for Surrey. It's a lovely day now. Be nice if this weather stayed around for a bit.
Wow. A month would be handy. Yeah, there's no reason why not. September can be a belter.
But October's been pretty good.
Oh, don't mind October.
No.
Funny enough, October half term has been really good for years, hasn't it? Quite like a bit of that. Here is Crocombe, who is over the wicket to Borthwick, who's pushing. And as far as mid-off.
It's
Remains up
a
there.
nice position to be in the fact that you've got 80.3 overs
Yeah.
to get there.
Yeah.
So the required rate is 2 and over for Surrey. So there's no time pressure.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say.
Borthwick again. Face up to Crocombe, who's in, right arm over and pushed away on the offside.
And when Adrian comes in, we'll bit of a nutter T20 wise. There's a bit coming up now next couple of weeks for these two sides. Getting into the sort of engine room, as you like to say, of the T20 now, Johnny Barron.
Yes. Business end. Crocombe is into Borthwick, who defends again. Hasn't been much joy really for the quicker men, have there? I think what Crocombe will offer is getting it very tight, of course. Bowled really well, didn't he? Comfortably the best quick on show in terms of statistics in this game.
Well, yeah, you look at the first innings, 8 wickets fell to spin and James Taylor took a couple.
Crocombe, who's in again to Borthwick, who's just squared up a touch by that, so that dribbles out to point. And the over end of me for the time being. Surrey are 1 without loss. That run goes to Burns. Borthwick yet to get off the mark.
Thank you, Johnny Barron. Yes, of the 30 wickets to fall in the game, 25 have fallen to spin so far, so that sort of tells its own story. Adrian Harms is coming in to pick up the commentary for the first time today. Johnny Barron will be back at 11:30. And as we suspected, young Mr. Carson will get us started from the pavilion end, so that makes absolute sense. Good morning to you, Adrian.
Good morning, Church. Are you well?
I'm extremely well, thank you. Yourself?
Yes, I spoke to Jack Carson last night after his 5 wickets, and interestingly, he was saying that Sussex felt whilst they were batting, when he and Mika were batting, that it got a little easier the softer the ball got. So, the insinuation from that was that he would open the bowling. So, you know, you would think that maybe Sussex's best chance here is to get the spinners on early. From what Jack was saying, he said there is a bit of help there in the wicket.
Well, unless it all goes horribly wrong for him, I doubt he'll come off. I think he'll just bowl from the pavilion end, and then what they'll do is use a bit of Rawlings and Coles as well, of course, from the Vauxhall end.
So it is going to be Jack Carson. The sun has momentarily disappeared. There are some patches of blue, so I think we're okay weather-wise. There was this band of drizzly rain, I think, that's making its way south, but it's sort of breaking its way up as it comes towards London. So fingers crossed, we'll be fine. I think you've still got to say Surrey are favourites.
Oh, I've just said if they don't get there, then oh dear.
Slip and a short leg in place as Carson comes in and bowls, and Burns is forward using his feet, and that's an indication of perhaps how Burns is going to play. He was down the track to Carson, played it to mid-on, there is no run. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square as Carson is running in past umpire Bainton. In and bowls, and again Burns is using his feet and getting down the track. Interesting tactic here by Rory Burns.
Yeah, well, he's trying to just immediately not let Carson settle to him. He's just trying to use his feet, not allowing him just to land it on the length. Rory Burns.
Interesting stuff. Carson. Again and bowls, and yeah, well, that turned, and well, I think it beat Burns, and there was a bit of it turned and lifted as well, and
I think that's hit Ben Brown on the crash helmet.
Yeah, we'll just wait and see. Well, you've got good eyes, Church. Let's just see a repeat of that, but certainly let's just see again round the wicket. Couldn't quite see on that, but it certainly leapt. Whether it turned or out of a foothold, we'll have to see. But Carson is in again, and Burns is forward, driving to a mid-on, and takes a single, set off for the run rate straight away. So a well-judged single by Burns. But encouragement there for Carson.
Well, there will be. You know, we saw it with Verdi and Moriarty.
Yeah.
With the new ball, it's tough. It is tough against this new ball. But I think if you're Surrey, you just sort of say to yourselves, with this batting lineup, as long as we play sensibly, you know, Carson is still a very young young man in terms of first-class cricket.
Yes.
And they're obviously going to just try, not dominate him, but just not let him settle.
In comes Carson, bowls driven uppishly, and that was very nearly a chance. It just fell short at Mika at mid-off. It wasn't that far wide of Delroy Rawlings, and there at extra cover. And Borthwick a little fortunate to get away with that. He goes to 1, and Surrey 3 without loss. So enough encouragement here from young Jack Carson to think that this isn't going to be entirely straightforward.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thought it ever was going to be. And we've seen with Verdi and Moriarty and how well Carson bowled in the first innings. His confidence will be very high at the moment.
He comes again round the wicket, bowls, and Burns uses his feet again and just plays forward down the track. There is no run. End of an interesting over from Jack Carson. Surrey are 3 without loss here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, Johnny Barron and Mark Church. It's been great fun being here the last 4 days. Always, the last 4-day game here was eons ago. So we come up here once a season for a T20. You don't really get a chance to take it all in here at the Oval, but it's been really good fun, and you guys have been great hosts. So thank you for that. But a bit more cricket to be played in this game. Interesting last night, speaking to Jack Carson, it's lovely when you get someone who is just unbelievably enthusiastic about the game and the fact he's playing, and he said how proud he was to leave Sussex off. It's lovely, all that sort of thing.
Absolutely. No, it is. It's very encouraging, that, isn't it?
Henry Crocombe is running away from us, comes in and bowls to Borthwick, who just plays straight down to mid-on, and there is no run.
Well, in your lovely interview with Jason Gillespie, what I liked was the fact that Travis Head has been sat watching the live stream for Sussex.
What are you watching today?
Well, there you are. So if he is, good hello, sir. But yeah, I love that. I love the fact that Travis Head's sitting watching away.
In comes Crocombe, bowls, and forward comes Borthwick, plays to short extra, footed by Visa, no run. One of the features of Henry Crocombe, and I don't wish to be sort of totally Sussex biased here because I'm not, but he has bowled wicket to wicket. I've been impressed with the way that he's bowled.
Oh, he's been the pick of the quicks. He really has been the pick of the quick bowlers. Crocombe. It's a pretty simple game plan, isn't it? Run up, stick it on a length.
Yeah.
As you say, go wicket to wicket.
Yeah, I think that's very much the Gillespie mantra. As in comes Crocombe again and bowls, and again Borthwick has to play, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I've got a message for you, Churchy, from Graham Piper, who says, firstly, can Mark Church give any idea of whether any Surrey players may be playing in the IPL? He goes on to say, second, to thank Mark Church for hosting the Friday night Zoom chats, which I've received via the Sussex Cricket Club's Sussex Cricket Society.
Nice. You,
his chirpy tones have been a real tonic during the current situation. Chirpy Church. In comes Crocombe and bowls, and up on his toes is Borthwick, plays to extra cover, fielded by Visa again. There's no run.
Thank you very much. Off the top of my head, I know Tom Curran isn't he? IPLing. Is Sam IPLing? I think he might be.
Roy, would he?
Those two. I think Jason is, but then I saw something that he might not be.
Right.
I think it's one of those fluid things at the moment.
Everything seems fluid at the moment as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and again pitching right on middle and leg, and he draws Borthwick forward. He plays quietly to mid-on, fielded by Mika, and there is no run.
So those would be the three. IPL. It's not long till what is it? The 19th of September.
Yeah.
So it's just round the corner, the IPL.
I reckon they'll finish the final 50 over international, and then there'll be a plane out to the.
Yep. Then the Big Bash will start.
Yeah. In comes Crocombe and bowls, and Borthwick works that one down to fine leg. They've taken one. They'll think about 2 here. Youngcast is quickly in, but there's a comfortable 2 for Borthwick, who's very quickly back. Wait for the umpire's signal, and they were runs. So 2 to Borthwick. He goes to 5. Surrey needing another 151 to win, with Burns on 2, Borthwick on 3. Yes, I think the final of the IPL is something like sometime in November, I think.
It is. I looked at the schedule. Yep, goes 19th of September and then goes through the whole of October, and then, as you say, the final is November. It's all been played out in Dubai, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So, and then whoever's playing Big Bash, if that all goes ahead, will then be straight on the plane to play Big Bash.
And you'd have thought, because the situation in Australia, certainly in Melbourne, has been in lockdown or partial lockdown for a long period of time. So you make you wonder, as the months and the weeks tick by, whether there'll be crowds at those games.
Well, again, I think it's just a wait and see, isn't it?
Jason Gillespie was saying actually how enforced lockdown has been in Australia. As in comes Carson and Bowles, swept by Burns, too deep backward square footed by Haynes, and there is no run. I think it's very tricky we have to have the correct authorisation to travel from state to state. I mean, it's such a huge country, but they have had problems in Melbourne.
Well, yeah, and you see what's happening in India as well. The numbers going up. So, yeah, I think for everybody at the moment, it's just a case of wait and see, isn't it?
Certainly is. Thank goodness we've got a bit of cricket to watch and enjoy. As in comes Carson around the wicket, bowls, and he draws Borthwick forward. He plays to Finch, short leg. There is no run. Be lovely to get your messages today. It's the last day for these two counties of 4-day cricket for this shortened season. So why not drop us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, a message for either Churchy, Johnny, myself, or just cricket in general. Really, just be nice to have a natter. As in comes Carson again and bowls, and Borthwick is forward. Plays into the offside, fielded by Rawlins. There is no run.
I was right on my IPL. Thank you to Jack for letting me know exactly what's going on. Sam Curran, Chennai Super Kings.
Right. Okay.
Tom Curran, Rajasthan Royals.
Oh, that's the same as Jofra.
And Jason Roy was Delhi Capitals, but has opted out. So he's not doing the IPL.
In comes Carson Bowles and swept to deep backward square, fielded there by Haynes. Another run to Borthwick, who moves to 4. Surrey to 7 without loss. I think, watching the first couple of overs from Carson, my feeling is that you were right, Churchy, that the Surrey batsmen are trying not to let Carson settle into a line of length. They're trying to be positive.
Without doing anything silly, but they're not trying to run down the pitch and smash him into the grandstand or anything like that, but they're just trying to not allow him just to go over the wicket straight into the rough stuff.
Carson in again, bowls, and Burns again takes a couple of steps down the wicket, plays to mid-wicket field by Thomason. And there is no run. Just to say, in the game of real interest in the Bob Willis Trophy today is at New Road, the game between Worcestershire and Somerset, where the winners of that will play Essex in the final, almost certainly. As Carson is in again, bowls, and swept by Burns. It's in the air. Is it going to be caught? He's dropped. He's dropped by Tom Haynes. He was at deep backward square. He came running in. I mean, I thought he'd caught it. It was very low down. Whether Tom was a little slow setting off for the boundary, difficult to say, but it was a chance. It was top-edged by Burns. And we'll just see the rerun. Haynes came in. Well, no, it was a good effort, I think.
Yeah, it would have been.
It would have been a great catch.
Yeah, he did brilliantly to get there.
He did.
To be fair to him.
Yeah, he came charging in, and I thought he'd caught it inches from the ground, but I think it has to go as a chance. That's just the nature of cricket. But encouragement for Carson, and an escape for Burns, who goes to 8 without loss. Just to get that score down at New Road, Worcestershire 76 for 3. Worcester needing another 169 to win.
Yeah, well, at least they're out there, because it was
they are.
Bad light. It stopped play this morning, so at least they're out there playing again now.
And I think Derbyshire have a sniff, but I think it depends how that game goes there. 4 without loss, needing 377 to beat Lancashire. So, at least this Bob Willis Trophy is going to the final group games, and I'm sure that's all the organisers wanted to happen. So, well done everyone, really. We've had some cricket and it's been great fun, and we're going to have some more fun here as well, as Henry Crocombe is going to carry on from this. The Vauxhall end, the sun has disappeared, a bit cloudier now. Comes in and bowls to Rory Burns, who plays quietly to backward point. There is no run. Interesting field for Burns. There is a slip, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, then 2 men, Churchy. How would you describe those two fielders' position there at mid-wicket?
They've got 2 short mid-wickets because he scores a lot of his runs through there, of course, Rory Burns. He's renowned for it. He can take the ball from outside his off stump and whip it through mid-wicket. So they've got 2 men to try and cut out that scoring area for him.
In comes Crocombe and bowls, and Burns has a flash at one outside of the off stump. The ball whistles through to Ben Brown. He was going to cut that one away through point.
Cool Caribbean stuff there from Rory Burns, down on one knee, trying to cut that off the front foot through cover point. So a very expensive shot there from the Surrey captain, who of course made 103 in the first innings. He looks in lovely nick.
He did. Peter Turner's been in touch. Thank you for your email, Peter, which I'll read after this next delivery from Henry Crocombe. Surrey 8 without loss, needing another 148 to win. He's in and bowls, and Burns drives and edges down to third man. All the way along the deck, it wasn't a chance, but that's not where he intended that to go. He was looking to drive that through the covers.
I'll tell you what, the new ball there is taking a bit of a bouncing, because it's gone straight along the concrete, bounce, bounce, bounce. Then, member of the ground staff stood up quite rightly, not put the hands down, has just trod on it, and then kicked it back along the concrete.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a little bit of that shine will have come off. Although, actually, they've got board there, so it's not on the concrete,
so
actually,
protecting
it's board. So it's bounced on the boarding, that ball.
12 without loss are Surrey. 144 needed to win. Crocombe on his way again. Bowls to Burns, who covers up to ball. A good length, plays down the ground. There is no run. Peter says, I just wanted to say thank you for all the excellent commentary, which has been a wonderful diversion in these troubled times. It is great to lose yourself in the flights of fancy that invariably crop up during commentary and forget about other matters for a while. On a cricketing note, what is the situation regarding Luke Wells? The answer to that is, I don't know, Peter. I think he's had a contract at the end of this season at Sussex. So it'll be for... Well, Jason Gillespie was here yesterday saying he'll be involved in some of the performance reviews, but then left to the current coaching staff as to... In comes Crocombe and Bowles, paid into the covers by Burns, and there is no run. Fielded by Delray Rawlins, and there is no run. So have to wait and see. There's going to be lots of cricketers around having performance reviews, and I guess one or two. There's going to be some difficult meetings inevitably, I think, around counties, as there is in all walks of life at the moment. It's a very unsettling time for everybody.
Yeah, it is, and again, it's one of those where you just sort of have to see what's in front of you as much as anything.
Crocombe in bowls, Burns plays into the covers, followed by Rawlins. There is no run. Now, Richard has been in touch and he says one of you is very quiet and one is very loud. So I either have to have the volume very low, in which case I can't hear the quiet one, or very high, in which case the loud one comes out blaring out of the speaker. Richard, I don't know. No, I don't know whether anyone else is having that problem. We've got the same volume set up.
It's exactly the same as it's been for the last 3 days. So I'm not quite sure about that, but there we go.
But thank you for getting in touch, Richard. Hopefully you can hear us okay now. And if anyone else wants to get in touch and drop us a line, it'd be lovely to hear from you. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Myself, Adrian Holmes, alongside Mark Church and Johnny Barron. Some heavier cloud drifting across. The cloud is very high. There's a bit of drizzle coming up this morning, just a couple of spots on the windscreen. The traffic was shocking through London this morning. Wonder whether everyone's driving and not getting the train. In comes Carson around the wicket. Bowls to Borthwick, who hammers that one away on the leg side. Doesn't beat Thomason, though, who's at mid-wicket. There is no run.
Yeah, I feel he's missed out there, Scott Borthwick. Just had to hit the gap, but hit the fielder in there at mid-wicket. Thomason.
Borthwick on 4, Surrey 12 without loss, needing another 144 to win as Carson is in again, and pulled away, and that's a poor delivery by Jack Carson. There haven't been too many of those from the young man in this match, but that was a full toss, and this time Scott Borthwick didn't miss out, and he pulled the ball over cow corner for 6 runs. Borthwick goes to 10 and Surrey 18 without loss.
Yeah, that's loosened his back up, Scott Borthwick.
Does he suffer with the back?
No, I'm just saying that if you want to loosen your back up, get a ball like that and launch it as far as you can.
In comes Carson again, bowls. That's a much better delivery, and it dragged Borthwick forward, and he plays quietly down the track, fielded by Carson, who's fielding with a slip and a short leg. 3 men saving one on the offside, a sweeper on the cover boundary. There's young James Cole's out there, he's just sort of warming up with a bit of left arm action, as in comes Carson again, bowls, and cut away by Borthwick, and it goes to James Coles, who comes running in and fields the ball. He'll remember his debut here, picking up the wicket of Ben Folkes.
Yeah, he certainly will. He's done all right, hasn't he, on debut?
Yeah, he has. He made 11 and 10, and what a ground to make your debut at, though. Even Tom Haynes, I spoke to on the first day when he made his 100, he said, I've never played here, and you know, it is one of the most famous cricket grounds in the world, I think we have to say. The Oval, as in comes Carson again, bowls, and again that's a full toss, and that's clipped away by Rory Burns through mid-wicket for 4 runs, and Burns goes to 8. And sorry, to 12, I do apologise, and Surrey to 23 without loss. And the policy here seems to be from the Surrey batsmen that they're not allowing Jack Carson to settle. That was another full toss and clipped away through mid-wicket. So a test here for the young man, but a good test. You know, this is This is what it's all about. This is where you learn your trade. You're bowling to England's opening batsman, let's not forget. In comes Carson again and bowls, and again Burns uses his feet and plays quietly to it on, fielded there by David Visa, and there is no run. It is the end of the over with two left-handers. He's bowling, he's got that short edge, as they say, on that leg side. The hygiene break comes, and probably quite a good time there for Sussex. Just a chance for Ben Brown to have a little think and perhaps have a think about maybe what they're going to do. Well, we will see spin from both ends or whatever. But 24 without loss, so a good start by Surrey. Burns on 13, Borthwick is on 11, and John Birch has been in touch on email, and he says, I just want to say how much I've enjoyed the Bob Willis Trophy this summer. As I'm working from home, it means I can have the TV sometimes tuned to up to 3 different streams at the same time. Wow. I've been able to work and watch live first-class cricket from all parts of the country. It's been wonderful. And I've liked the format of the Bob Willis Trophy. I found it much easier to follow than the normal county championship, which for the casual fan has been a mess for some years. Well, I have to say I agree with you with that. It's just the schedule is very difficult to follow, I believe, if you're not a real cricket fan. I'm not saying you're not a cricket fan, but it's difficult to follow. If they keep something like this, but maybe with a few more games for next year, I'd be delighted. John Birch in Letchworth in Hertfordshire. Thank you for your email, sir. Lovely to hear from you.
Yes, John, and it's what we were talking about. Look, they're going to meet up in October, I think, and start talking about. I think they've got a number of plans up their sleeve for what could happen, because of course it's exactly what we were saying. You know, nobody knows what's going to happen in the future. So I think they've got a number. Probably got best case scenario and worst case scenario, and then one in the middle.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the Bob Willis Trophy has been terrific. It's made perfect sense. I think having it, well, they had to have it regionally. There was no other way of doing it, and it means that we've got cricket. And I think what will come out of the Bob Willis Trophy in years to come will be there'll be a couple of names there that you'll think, oh yeah. They started in that Bob Willis Trophy and made a name for themselves and have kicked on from there. So I think it's been a really, really good competition for everybody. I think, we needed to be playing some cricket, and they've come up with this. There was talk, of course, of it just being a one-day competition, because that would have meant, again, that was logical in the fact that, there wouldn't have been overnight stays at one point. That's what they were talking about. Players, can they stay at hotels? Can they do travelling? That would have made sense with the one-day comp, because they could have got there, played the game and come back. But as it is, I think everybody wanted first-class cricket, so it's been a really, really good 5 weeks of competition.
Yeah, a couple of points there, Church. I'll pick up on in a minute as Henry Crocombe comes running in to bowl to Rory Burns. Sorry, 24 without loss. Crocombe round the wicket, bowls to Burns. Burns is forward and plays defensively into the offside, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. A couple of things. First of all, John, would you be happy for me, and perhaps you just drop me a quick note on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and just, it's nice to forward these emails on, but I have to have your permission to do that. So if you're happy for me to send that on to, just so that people see your email, because I think it's a very interesting email. So if you could do that, if you're happy for me to forward it on, that'll be great. As in comes Crocombe around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Burns, plays quietly to mid-wicket, fielded by Garton, and there is no run. I mean, one thing about the regional format that I like is that you do get the local derby element, and I just think that brings something to games. I know perhaps you can't say you can play, you don't want Sussex playing Surrey every week, or Hampshire or Kent, but I don't know. I think if crowds are allowed back, I think there's something about local games, Churchy.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think again that will be a bit further down the line when we know what next summer could be like.
Crocombe in again, bowls, and Burns runs that down to third man. That's a deliberate shot by Rory Burns. There is no third man, there's just the one slip, and the ball runs away down towards the players' pavilion for 4 runs. Burns to 17, 28 without loss. That was a good shot.
Delicious shot from Rory Burns. It's a bit naughty, this, from Rory Burns, this shot. He's just let this hit the face of his bat. Look at that. He knows exactly what he's up to. We always talk about playing it right under your eyes. Well, that's exactly what he's done there, Rory Burns. Lovely piece of batting, that, from Rory Burns.
28 without loss are Surrey, making a good start. They did 128 more runs to win, 156 in total to win the game. Sussex rather, have now got a third man. Aaron Thomason has gone down there, so there's, on that offside, a slip of third man, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. As in comes Crocombe round the wicket, bowls, and Burns lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. And I don't know whether you, Churchy and Johnny, when he comes back in, would agree with me. I mean, I've got a lot of friends who play cricket, love the game, have loved these games being on terrestrial TV, the T20. But people who love cricket, but who do get very confused by the schedule. And they're confused by... they don't follow it as assiduously as perhaps we do, and they're a bit confused. When's the championship and how many teams and who plays who? And I think we just need to make that message much, much clearer. As in comes Crocombe and bowls, and Burns plays down to mid-on, and there is no run.
Well, it's been the same forever, really. And let's be honest, and look, through nobody's fault, but even this one, you suddenly had the T20 starting with one game of the Bob Willis Trophy to go. So it's always very difficult to fit everything in. Of course, next year, of course, the 100, it's happening. whether you want it to or not, it's going to happen, the 100.
In comes Crocombe round the wicket, bowls, and Burns again plays quietly to mid-wicket, no run, fielded by George Garton. End of the over, 28 without loss. Burns 17, Borthwick 11, 128 more to win. More emails coming in, which I'll read shortly. James May says, briefly, great match with loads of good young players. 2, both sides to win trophies in 2023, he says, question mark. Number 3, great to learn that Travis Head is watching. He will help us win. Number 4, both counties are well led at all levels, and Keith Greenfield is vital for Sussex. Number 5, your interview with Dizzy yesterday and Ather's ones with CJ on Sky were both open and professional. Number 6, he said, love to be at the Oval today. Number 7, great to hear you both. Churchy is similarly impartial and well informed. That's all. I'm on holiday. And he says, P.S. Bob Willis Trophy is a humorous title for a great man. He was a big fan of red ball county matches and a firm advocate of 18 counties, just like Surrey and Sussex.
That's very kind. Thank you.
John has been in touch to say... my screen has decided to freeze now, so I'll get that up in a minute. Yes, I can forward on the email, so thank you for that, John. In comes Jack Carson, round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Scott Borthwick, lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Brown. There is no run.
I'm going to leave you at the end of the essence. What I would say, though, is that for me, it's always been about blocks with the schedule. Can you block things in for 3 months?
In comes Carson, bowls, cut away by Borthwick, straight to Rawlings at extra cover, no
so
run.
what I mean by that is, could you, whatever the championship's going to look like, can you block in the championship to go April, May, June? Your 50 over competition might have to run a little bit alongside, and then you've got your block of T20, the block of the 100.
Carson in bowls, all forward, and it's caught at first slip by George Garton. So Sussex have got the breakthrough. A bit of turn there from Jack Carson. It was edged by Borthwick. Ben Brown got his gloves to it, but all he could do was deflect the ball, and it carried to George Garton, who was fielding at first slip. And Sussex have got a breakthrough just when they needed it. Just watching that, a bit of turn from Carson, a good line. And Sussex have got a breakthrough. 28 for 1. Scott Borthwick is on his way for 11.
Yeah, lovely bit of bowling. That's what I like about this from Carson, is they got after him in his last over, but he's stuck to his game plan, and that's a nice bit of bowling to get rid of Scott Borthwick for 11 in the 8th over of this Surrey innings. So they have their breakthrough. Hashim Amla will be making his way out to the middle. Yeah, but before I nip off, so what I'm saying on the fixtures front is there's always going to have to be a little bit of overlap, but if you could block it, then it's much easier for people to sort of understand what's going on. So obviously with the championship in whatever form it's going to be in, you're going to have your block at the start of the season and your block at the end, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
But where I get confused with it sometimes is all of a sudden in the middle of the T20 there's a random championship game in the middle of the T20, and there must be a way, I've always thought, of sort of just, well, in the old days of course when the T20 was a bit shorter, that's what happened, it was just blocked out. But now we've got the 100 as well, of course. So yeah, I think they'll, as I say, they'll have a number of scenarios when I think the chairmen are meeting, aren't they, in October to discuss scenarios for next summer. But that's always been where I've got a bit confused with it. And if I'm getting confused, because I get confused very easily about most things, but I always think, as you say, for the sort of members, fans of cricket, to suddenly sort of look at your fixture list and then in the middle of the T20 there's just some random 4-day game.
Yeah, I agree.
In the middle of the T20.
Does seem odd.
It's a bit strange.
It does.
Really, isn't it?
I'll rattle through these emails during the course of the next over. I think Johnny's coming in a sec. John Birch says, yeah, fine to send on the email. He goes on to say, I must say that we've been switching between streams as my wife is a Notts fan while I follow Surrey. So thank you for that. John, good to hear from you. Jeff Lloyd's been in touch from Lancing, as in comes Carson and Bowles, and just touched with the fielder at short legs by Hashim Amla. And there is no run. 28 for 1, another 128 needed to win. Well, this must be wonderful for Jack Carson. I mean, he's only 19 and he's coming into bowl to 2 international test-playing cricketers. What experience. Carson in bowls. Amla flicks this one away on the leg side, fielded by another young man, 16-year-old James Coles at mid-wicket. And there is no run. If nothing else, these young players will remember this competition, you know, playing at these wonderful cricket grounds. As Carson back to his mark. 6 wickets in the match. He's in on his way, bowls, and Hamler works this one away on the leg side again, fielded by Coles. Again, there is no run. End of the over, 28 for 1, Burns 17, Amler yet to score. So, Jeff says, good morning, Adrian and Churchy. I fear this game will be over just after lunch. It's a pity Sussex clapped so badly last night. I wonder what will happen with people like Luke Wells, Harry Finch, and all the other players out of contract. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Thank you for the great commentary. I look forward to the rest of the T20 campaign. Best wishes to you both. Jeff Lloyd from a rather warm Lancing. Thank you for that. Michael Alexander's been in touch. He says, hello Adrian and Mr. Church. Cricket in whites is special and always will be. It's our history and heritage. Jonah Lincoln has been in touch. He says, hi guys, been loving the live stream, helping me get through the cricketless winter here in Bunbury, Western Australia. 2 questions. Do you guys know when Ollie Pope will play again? What series will it be? And will Scott Borthwick be coming to Perth for grade cricket again this year? Cheers, Surrey. Cheers, guys. Go Surrey. Jonah Lincoln. Johnny Barron's next to me, and he might have the answers. I don't know.
Well, very, very, very good question. And, well, Rawlins is operating now from the Vauxhall end. And Rory Burns on 17 not out. Sorry, 28 for 1. Amler yet to get off the mark. Rawlins is in, left arm over, and that's short and hauled away on the onside very nicely by Rory Burns. Not going to miss out on that.
No.
4 runs. James Coles can do nothing about that. Surrey got up to 32 for 1. Burns up to 21.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex haven't got many runs to play with here, and it's, you know, if a bowler's come on, you've pretty much got to hit your line of length straight away.
Yeah.
And that was a real loosener from Delray. So let's hope that's the one from the over from a Sussex perspective.
Well, absolutely. They've still got a chance here. 124 more runs to win. Yes, Ollie Pope is he's gone through an operation on that shoulder again. Here is Rawlins, who is in, and it's worked away on the onside very nicely by Burns.
Oh,
a single. Oh dear!
Should have been a run out.
Yes, it was a interesting single taken to mid wicket. And there was the ball ran through his legs. And I think that's Thomas in there.
It is, yeah. I think he took his eye off the ball, Johnny.
He did, because it was looked a sharp single, I have to say, but Thomason was a little slow to move. And anyway, that's the result, 33 for 1. But yeah, Ollie Pope, I think the stars will align for him by the time there's another raft of red ball cricket from a Test match point of view. But at the moment, it's really difficult to know what England's next tour is going to be. The international landscape is moving quickly. Here is Rawlins, who's now round the wicket, to Amler, who's almost playing outside the off stump. A few oohs and ahs there. Pulls out the shot in the end.
I thought he'd always going to drag that on.
Well, it's definitely an option as a dismissal here, isn't it? The old drag on the 4th day. Slight, not variable bounce, but 1 or 2 just grubbing a little, and Amler pushing forward, and there's no run. You often find actually when the ball's hard at the beginning, as it was yesterday, you know, you can exploit a few demons in that surface, can't you? Even with the slower men operating. Rawlins again. Left arm round to Amler, tossed up, who's just working back to the bowler, and there's no run.
He's settled in, Delray, hasn't he? Three good deliveries after that loosener. Making the batsman play, I think that's the key, dragging the batsman forward.
There's a fine bowler. Wide of the crease, Amler getting one on the full. Just worked up to Haynes up at mid-on. no single. End of the over 33 for 1.
Paul's been in touch, Johnny. He says, Adrian, Mark, an Essex fan here, so I'm very happy. Yes, well done, Essex. They're in the final at Lords. However, I follow all county cricket and commentaries. I've watched the different counties live streaming, and it's been great in these COVID times. So thank you for that. George Rutherford says, I'm enjoying coverage from Surrey. I'm enjoying the coverage. Just trying to read this. He says, I'll read that one in a minute because it's come from Aberdeen, from George. I'll just read that in a moment's time.
Got it translated, have you?
No, well, no, I didn't mean that. Jim says the Bob Willis Trophy. Let's just read some of these. Randy says, thanks for all the fun over these 3 weeks, Adrian, and keeping us who regularly attend red ball cricket normally almost sane. He says, don't really see why we should be getting confused about scheduling. Information is not difficult to find these days.
Here is Carson, who's around the wicket, to Burns, who's driving. Looking positive is Rory Burns. Getting to the pitch of that one as he pushes up to Visa. He's in front of the pavilion there at mid-off, and there's no run.
I will read your email in a minute, George. I was just... I'll read it in at the end of the over, I think, from Jack Carson, because he does rattle through fairly quickly.
He does, he's swift. Here is Carson again, who's round the wicket to Burns, who again is down the track and pushing out on the onside on that occasion. And there's no run. Harry Finch under the helmet at short leg. George Gardens at first slip. Otherwise a little spread. Here is Carson again, trying to make things happen from the pavilion end. Is in to Burns, who pushes forward from the crease on that occasion. There's no run. Carson just rubbing the ball in his trousers. Pigeon goes from left to right in front of us. Here is Carson in to Burns, who's sweeping. From outside the off stump, ball dribbles away and there's no run. Saw, of course, Stuart Meeker early in the piece playing the reverse sweep rather nicely. 33 for 1. 123 runs is the key ingredients here to reach the target. 12 men sat on the benches up in front of the dugouts. Here is Carson again to Burns, who's driving up to Visa at mid-off, and another dot ball. Tightish over this one. Yeah, where's the sunshine gone?
Yeah, they did say a bit of cloud drifting south with a bit of drizzle on it, so let's hope there's not too much drizzle.
Don't need that. Carson to Burns, who pushes out on the onside. No run to finish the over. Surrey will finish it on 33 for 1.
So George says, I'm enjoying the coverage. From a Surrey view, I'm alarmed by Church's confidence with the batting lineup. Can't remember the lineup when we made 14 at Essex. Really? Did Surrey make 14 at Essex?
Surrey did make 14 at Essex.
Really?
Well, they managed to get out of that game with a draw, in fact, as well. But it's extraordinary. One of my favourite bits about that particular story, which I'll come on to in a minute, Adrian, is that it was one of the first games that Henry Blofeld was reporting out. Here is Rawlins, and just defended out on the offside, and he left, I think, with about sort of 40 minutes left, and sort of phoned his copy in to the sub-editor on the desk of the Times, I think, who he was working for at the time. Here is Rawlins again, who's into Amler, who's looking to drive expansively through the offside, only as far as James Cole's out there on the rope. Bit of a misfield. They'll think about getting it back for a couple, but they'll think better of it. And so he read out the copy, and then he said, oh yes, just fill in the final bit, which is the number of runs and the wickets column. And of course, in that period of time, and so Henry rung up the desk the following morning and said, oh yeah, by the way, what were those final bits? He said, oh yeah, so 14 and 10 were the two figures. Poor sub-editor is having to sort of scrabble around to rewrite it. Surrey collapsed in a heap in the space of 40 minutes on the second day.
So when was that?
This is late 70s, early 80s, Mark Church, wasn't it?
Wow.
Here is Rawlins, who's in and pushing out on the offside. Rory Burns. It's a wonderful story, but yeah, Surrey did. Yeah, bowled out for 14. I think they all had T-shirts made, I think the day after Surrey, with what number victim they were and what they got. I think 8 ducks or 7 ducks, certainly. Rawlins sweeping outside the off stump is Burns. And there's no run. But yeah, Surrey certainly have been bowled out for 14 at Chelmsford.
Wow. I'll finish your email at the end of the over, George.
Rawlins again, who's into Burns. Oh, he's looking to work around that front pad. That is definitely leg side-ish.
Yeah.
Can even tell that from up here.
Yeah, that did look optimistic. I think Sussex will take some encouragement here from the fact that Rory Burns is looking to be positive, because from a Surrey perspective he's scoring runs. On the other hand, they might feel he's just given him a chance.
Mid-wicket popped in there for Thomason. Burns laying back to cut. And doesn't really time it, end of the over. 34 for 1, just a single run coming off the last couple of overs. Tight.
George goes on to say, by the way, I may be the only cricket fan to see some play between planes at standstill on the way from Aberdeen to Germany. The 2nd of September 1999, the day Surrey clinched the county championship. That's from George. There's a big Sussex fan, Steve, who lives up in Aberdeen as well, who's regularly in contact. So thank you, George, for your email. If you want to join our conversation, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Carson up at the pavilion and we'll continue. Hashim Ahmed just going through the motions on the guard at the moment. There's a man under the helmet. Just the one slip, otherwise you've got a backward point. And a ring either side. Here is Carson into Amla, who's punching off the back foot up to Visa up at mid-off. Mid-on. And there's no run.
Yeah, sorry.
Carry on.
I was just going to say, Randy was saying how frustrating it is not being able to get to the Oval, being a Sussex supporter living in Worcester Park, which is not far down the A3 from here.
Here is Carson again. Amla down the track. He's got a good piece of that up towards the pavilion. Oh, a very big piece of that. As it carries the distance, 6 runs to Amla. Nice shot. Got to the pitch, didn't he? Dangerous customer.
I just wonder whether the conversation, Ben Brown has gone straight down the wicket to have a word to young Jack Carson. I wonder if it just might be. I mean, he does like to bowl with attacking fields, and Sussex need to take wickets if they're going to win this game. So it's a delicate balance, isn't it? Behind, do you have a man out or not? Nothing, even if a man had been out, nothing they could have done about that. But it may have stopped Amla playing the shot. You never know. But I think Jack Carson's quite keen to keep his mid-off in.
Yeah, likes him in, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah.
Tight ring. Here is Carson again. Right arm over into Amla, who's pushing forward. Test match batting there, isn't it? One in the pavilion and then a big stride forward. Next ball. Yeah, they've got man under the helmet. There's an extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on. Shortish mid-wicket. Rawlins all tossed up, and that'll be driven. That'll be 4. Well, might not be actually. That's a nice bit of work by Thomason to take the ball, the pace off it, but it does run away for 4. And a full toss dispatched. Can't really afford those when there's 112 required to win. Amla goes up to 11, second boundary in the over. 44 for 1.
Yeah, and I think Ben Brown has made the decision there for young Jack Carson. He's going to give him some protection on that cover boundary.
Yeah.
It's such a short boundary that he just feels he needs a bit of extra protection there, I think, Ben.
Needs to cut out the full tosses for a start. Here is Carson again, who's into Amla, who's playing for the crease, nudging it into the offside. Clever batting, because they've got a man back on the ropes. They can take the single nice and easy, ticking it over, bringing Burns back on strike, who's on 22 not out, 45 for 1 now.
Mike from Palmer's Green has been in touch. I'll read your email at the end of the over, Mike, with an interesting suggestion, which I quite like, actually.
Always like suggestions, don't we? Seeing the slow-mo on the stream, and also I've been seeing pictures of the work site away to our left-hand side, the Peter May stand. It's developing nicely. Lots of activity up there. Carson is back round the wicket to Rory Burns from the pavilion end, is into Burns, tossed up, and Burns clipping it beautifully through mid-wicket. That is typical Rory Burns, and he's carrying on where he left off in that first innings. Another boundary to him, expensive over, 15 conceded by Carson, and Surrey 49 for 1, motoring along, just 107 more required now.
Yes, they've certainly decided to take the attack to Jack Carson, so it's a good test for the young off-spinner. Mike says, I'm just wondering, gentlemen, if there is room for a county championship magazine programme on the airwaves to take the bite out of winter. Seems bizarre that our national summer sport essentially goes into hibernation. I appreciate there are books to read and other aspects of life to consume, but the odd interview with players with questions coming in might be nice. Maybe just a few times. Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Here is Rawlins, who's wide of the wicket. round the wicket to Hashim Amla. I think, to be fair, there is a lot of product around, largely in a podcast format. But that, in this day and age, if you have a device, is relatively straightforward to get hold of. Here is Rawlins again, who's worked into the onside. Mark Church, of course, has a podcast. There's a number of other cricket-related ones, and also there's a very good one actually. Don Topley on BBC Essex he does a series of interviews through the course of, or did through the course
through the winter.
Through the winter,
Does he?
yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. So it's good to know.
Including the likes of Barry Richards and some other greats, all swatted away by Hashim Amla. And that was a horrible delivery. That's gone all the way. His second 6 in the space of 2 overs. 50 up for Surrey, 55 for 1 for them. And they're up to 18, and, well, runs starting to come in a canter here. And Sussex looking for some answers. I'm not sure Rawlins will be experimented with much longer if he's going to drop in at that length.
Yeah, certainly Ben Brown will be looking for some control here. I saw Stuart Meaker warming up just a couple of overs ago. I mean, Sussex need wickets, so Ben Brown will be keen to keep the spinners on, but they've got to at least tie up one end here.
Very difficult. Here is Rawlins, who's round the wicket and just worked away on the onside. Or have they got him? They have. But short leg.
Good catch.
Very good. Harry Finch in there.
Yeah, that was a very good catch.
Really good. And it's off the face of the bat. And Amla has to go. 18 for him, and Surrey have lost another one. 55 for 2. From nowhere, really, Rawlins.
Well, he just bowled a long hop, really. They've been pulled into the stands for 6, and just as we were saying, wonder whether Ben Brown's thinking about blocking up an end, but that was a very fine catch by Finch. We'll see the replay of it. Hashim Amla waited. I mean, he's perfectly entitled to wait for the umpire's decision, but he walks off rather dejectedly. But I think we'll see on the replay that was actually a really good catch by Harry Finch. Low down short leg. Oh, they've just I missed it actually. We might see it again in. Oh, here we go. We're going to see it again in a couple of moments' time. But it was a really sharp chant. Here we go. Oh yes, that was a good catch. That's a very good catch, and that's actually a lesson in a short leg fielder, because he absolutely stayed down, didn't he?
Well, it's off the middle of the bat as well, and it's a couple of inches off the turf, but a clear catch. And Surrey, well, Borthwick, Test player, gone. Amla, Test player, gone. Now I've got Jamie Smith. Of course, he made 100 on his first-class debut last year. Out in Dubai. Big pressure here.
Will this change the way that Rory Burns approaches? Because Surrey will fall all the time that Burns is there. They've got a very good chance of winning this game.
No.
Right,
Adrian, he will carry on trying to put bat to ball here and try and get this done as quickly and as efficiently as possible. The problem, as it's been all the way through the course of the season, is just losing wickets. But you know what Sussex have done well here is they've gone through one of the serious resources, haven't they? Amla is very dangerous.
Yeah, and I think just at a stage where we were speculating here that Ben Brown might have been thinking about changing the bowling. Stuart Meaker was warming up. He's probably thinking, I can't let this go on for too long. 15 had come from the previous over from Carson, but you know, might be a bit of a change of plan. It could be a fluid plan here for Ben Brown. I'm sure it is.
Well, still in the game here, Sussex. 101's going to take some batting, especially if Burns goes, then there really will be a spot of bother. Here is Rawlins again and pushing forward. Nicely is Jamie Smith.
And that's a nice. Churchy's just written a nice note here that Dudley Rawlings has got Hashim Amla twice in the match.
Has indeed. That's a very good spot.
Well done, Churchy.
Mark Church. Yeah, LBW for 26 in the first innings. Full toss. Worked in the onside, backward to square by Jamie Smith. And there's no run. 55 for 2 Surrey. 6 minutes to go before 12 o'clock. Sussex will think 1 or 2 more, and there might be a few alarm bells ringing. Plenty of batting, of course, for Surrey. I mean, Jamie Overton batted beautifully, batting at number 8 in that lineup. A bit of a 9-10 Jack scenario after that. The likes of Ben Folk still to come in. Will Jacks as well. But Surrey won't lose too many more, that's for sure, Adrian.
No, absolutely. I had a tweet in from Hugh Dickinson, which young Jack Carson's going to carry on. I think this is the right decision from Ben, but certainly with that wicket going down, it may have made this decision a little easier. Absolutely.
Because Amla actually could have forced a double change, couldn't he, with couple of sixes in the previous overs, but he's back in the shed. No further part. Carson, from wide of the crease, is into Burns, who's pushing forward. It'll be a tight single take, and Visa running in from mid-off. Good clean pick-up, but a good scamper and a good early call as well. Single taken. Sorry, 56 for 2.
Godstone Vineyards have been in touch. They say it's been a joy listening to you this week. 50 years a member at Surrey Cricket. However, my 10-year stretch at Ardingly College left me with a deep affection for all things Sussex. Thank you for getting in touch.
Jonathan in Malta. That's who that is.
Is it?
Yep. Who makes some very excellent sparkling wine, actually, Jonathan. I might be putting an order in shortly.
I went to Malta last year for the first time. I had a great time.
Here is Carson again, who's in and pushing forward. Is Jamie Smith, and there's no run. I've never been to Malta, actually.
It's nice. Yeah, really nice. The sea, I've never swum in the sea as warm as it was in Malta. It was lovely.
Here is Carson again. Right on over, who's into Jamie Smith, who's down the track. Which is brave. Taking a response from Rory Burns, who's been very, very, very proactive, as he was in that first innings. Almost a run a ball 100 for Rory Burns. Carson again. He's in to Jamie Smith, who's working away on the onside. There's no run again.
Absorbing stuff though, Johnny, isn't it?
Well, it's absolutely, because you've got some young men coming in. The likes of Will Jacks as well, who did go very nicely. Will be in shortly. Ben Folkes as well. Carson is in to Smith, who's pushing forward again. That ball dribbles out on the onside, and there's no run. 100 is the target now for Surrey. Just need to try and knock these off if they can. Sussex very much in the hunt. Carson right on over. He's in to Smith, who again is down the track, pushing up to Visa at mid-on. There's no run. And the over 56 for 2.
I'll just read these couple of emails and tweets and I'll disappear. Hugh Dickinson says the biggest barrier to a regular schedule is having 18 counties when in 2 groups of 9 you always have a team not playing. 16, 20 and 24 are all a lot more malleable numbers. My preference would be for 24 split into 3 divisions of 8. How we could get that to work.
Yes, well, people are talking, haven't they? I think it was Graves mentioned 21, actually. 3 divisions of 7 was his thoughts, and then actually the 3rd division is kind of almost semi-pro. So some of the leading minor counties are alongside some of the sort of senior counties, but that was what Graves talked about. 24 would be quite difficult to manage, and he said actually one of the other things that Graves said is in that 3rd division you'd be playing semi-pro 3-day cricket. Of course that does mean losing a few professional counties. That's swept just backward a square nicely by Rory Burns, and what we have seen actually is Adrian, I think, is some of those counties that some people would consider that might be vulnerable in an environment like that have actually gone very well in this format, haven't they?
Yes, they have indeed.
In fact, Derby have been so interested in getting into that final. It shows you actually that when it's a slightly even playing field, when you take out the internationals and the overseas and the like, here is Rawlins, and that's chopped off the back foot into extra cover by Smith. That's the thing, is if you have any, the beauty of the Premier League, for instance, is that everybody gets the same money, don't they? It's completely egalitarian. Here is Rawlins, and pushing forward
delivery.
Is Smith, and of course, in the domestic game, in terms of the handouts, that's very much the case as from a broadcasting point of view and from an ECB point of view. But some people have bigger grounds, bigger capacities. This just happens to be sat in the middle of the capital. Bigger opportunities to make more revenue. Rawlins again is beautifully driven by Jamie Smith. That's a lovely shot. Just backward a square on the offside for 4 runs. Really nice. Open the face.
61 for 2. I'll just read this email from JJ Gass, who says, thank you as always for the commentary. As an American, where each team has its own radio broadcasters on separate frequencies, I quite enjoyed the way the BBC covers cricket by combining the commentators who follow each team. It's a lovely way of doing things. And as I follow Surrey, it's great to hear different voices from around the country alongside Church and Barron.
Here is Rawlins, who's into Smith again, who's pushing out on the onside. There's no run.
Goes on to say, I also like the derby aspect of the Bob Willis format. Not being English, I don't feel local and regional rivalries, nor do I have as strong a connection to traditions from decades gone by. More in a minute.
Rawlins again. Around the wicket to Smith. Just tosses that up a touch. Nice bit of bowling. It's just off an outside edge. It's just an inside edge, in fact. It's dribbled down to fine leg, and that'll be a single. End of the over, 62 for 2.
But he goes on to finish, but as alluring as the idea of taking in a Surrey match at Scarborough at the height of summer may be, as a Surrey member, I'm realistically more likely to take a short trip to Hove or Canterbury than to the north, where my English friends tell me monsters do dwell. That's not quite the case, but I know what you're saying. It's, you know, I think Sussex members are far more likely to come to the Oval or Lords or the Aegeus Bowl or wherever than travelling a long way up north. But anyway, thank you all. Sussex cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'm going to disappear and leave you with Johnny and Churchy.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Church will come in to pick up commentary in a second. Carson will continue up from the pavilion end. Might just do this over while Church joins us. Here is Carson into Smith, who's down the track, pushing out on the onside. Rawlins will do the fielding, and there's no run. Mark Church back in the box, jumper clad. I'm afraid it's gone from peak summer to kind of autumn, hasn't it, in the space of a couple of hours. The weather. Cloud has rolled in here. Jamie Smith on strike. Here is Carson. It's cut nicely off the back foot. Bit of a punch into the offside, but still no run. 94 more runs to win, Mark Church. He's got a smile on his face.
Well, I'm just happy to be with you, Johnny Barron, that's why. Delray Rawlings, Hashim Amla twice in the game. That's all right,
Andy. Here is Carson again, and push forward on the onside again by Jamie Smith. Yes, it's not bad. Not a bad brace of scalps. Just wonder if we might see James Coles at some stage. He got a big scalp in that first innings.
Yeah, well, a lovely piece of bowling, wasn't it?
Here is Carson again, pushing forward by Jamie Smith. Yep, youngest Sussex player ever to take a first-class wicket. James Coles.
Yeah, it was glad to see Jamie Smith get off the mark, because he got a first baller in the second innings against Cadence. He was out for a duck in the first innings here, so good to see Jamie Smith get going again.
Talent, Carson. Played nicely on the onside.
Here's a radical idea for you, Johnny Barron. 9 divisions of 2 teams. There you are. You want
Love
radical?
It.
You want radical?
Love it.
There you go.
I'm all over that like a rash.
Radical.
And I'm hoping once you go through that, is there a sort of repechage element?
Yes.
Oh, cut. Oh, really nicely. What a shot that is by Jamie Smith. Leapt on that, only a fraction wide. Another 4 runs to him. 66 for 2.
Now, what I'd like to do to make it a little less complicated is have promotion and relegation each week from that.
That's great. I love it. What a great idea. What, a draw? How does that work? Points.
So basically, what would happen is, so let's say Division 1 would be Surrey against Essex.
Yeah.
Whoever lost that would then go and play the winner of Division 2, which would be Kent against whoever.
And so you start off in Division 9, and you win, and the aim is to clamber up the grid.
Your way up the grid, but no, but a lot of it would start off with local derbies, and then you'd see where you were by the end of the season. Work your way up the country or down the country. There you are, nine divisions of 2. I'm obviously not being serious.
Well, it's not the worst idea. There's been worse ideas, I think, have there?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure they have, but
I mean, monkey tennis. Give it a run for its money.
Well, now James Coles is coming into the attack.
Here we go.
Down below us to bowl his left arm spin. Rory Burns will be the man on strike. 66 for 2 then, Surrey, chasing down, what was it, 156 to win. So they need 90 more to win this one. And The men to go, Scott Borthwick, caught by Garton off Carson for 11, and then Hashim Amla, very well caught by Harry Finch at short leg off Dalray Rawlings. Now, on the live stream, there is his first wicket in the first innings, Coles. It's a beauty to knock out Ben Folkes' off stump. Can he repeat the dosage? James Coles. So, he's going to come left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Rory Burns as the grinders started away there in the distance. Our first sound of grinding as Coles is in and Burns is forward and punches up towards extra cover, and there is no run. Lots of shouts of encouragement out there in the middle for Sussex. Ben Brown is just moving his mid off a little wider, Haynes. Coles is over the wicket. Burns uses his feet, then covers up and pushes straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Coles not having the opportunity to bowl to his great hero Hashim Amla, because Dalray Rawlings has done him twice in the game. Something that England failed to do in 13.5 hours. Here is Burns turning this one up towards Dalray Rawlings, who does the fielding, but they're through for the single. And Rory Burns, the captain, moves on to 29. Surrey moving on to 67 for 2. Sussex all out this morning for 128. Stuart Meeker, the last man to go, for 42. And that means that Surrey need 156 for victory. Left arm around the wicket goes Coles to Jamie Smith, who's forward, pushing this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. But yes, I've got the old fisherman's jumper out today. Very cosy it is as well.
Practical.
It is a little nippy. As down the Smith goes Jamie pitch. Down the pitch goes Jamie Smith, and drives this one straight into extra cover, and there's no run. Thomason does the fielding. Around the wicket again goes Coles, and Smith is forward, pushing this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over, 67 for 2 then. Surrey on this final day. Burns 29, Smith has 9, Johnny Barry.
Yeah, ticking over. Sorry, aren't they? 89 required. I think all the intervals, I think, are at regular times today, aren't they, Mark Church? I think we're back to 90 overs in the day, are we? So lunch will be 12:30.
I'll get those times for you. It all gets very confusing, really.
Is it a change? What's happening here? Is it a change of ends? It is. Rawlings popping up, having a little dart from the pavilion end.
Yeah, Dalray Rawlings. We haven't seen him from the pavilion end, have we? He's bowled all his overs from the Vauxhall end where we're sat. So we now have Dalray Rawlings into the attack from the pavilion end, and it'll be Rory Burns, the man on straight. Day 4 normal hours, 10:30 to 5:30 scheduled playing hours. So there we are. So back to normal for this final day of the final day.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So Dalray Rawlings then will come left arm over the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns is down the pitch straight away and tucking him down towards long on. He'll stroll the single, just keeps walking. Rory Burns, through he goes. One more to Burns, he moves on to 30, 68 for 2, and on to strike comes Jamie Smith. Keep quiet, Baron, keep quiet. Jamie Smith on 9.
There he is.
As waiting over his bat once more.
John Surtees. Is he listening in? I hope he is.
Well, as round the wicket goes Rawlings. That's very short. Bounces. That's left in the end by Jamie Smith. He was going to lay back and cut that, but he's decided against it. As Jamie Smith.
No end to that man's talents. On the slow-mo camera, I think, isn't he?
I'm not quite sure what he's doing. Looks like he's on the pier looking through one of those telescopes as this is pushed off the back foot by Jamie Smith down to backward point, and there is no run. Rawlings is getting it to bounce and turn, but it's a bit short. Bit short from Dalray Rawlings. Rawlings in again, that's better. Forward goes Smith, pushes this one down into the leg side. And there is no run as Coles comes up to do the filling. My first committee meeting tonight for Ricky Clark's testimonial.
Oh,
looking forward to that. Very honoured to be asked. So looking forward to that. As forward goes Jamie Smith, turns this one into the leg side. Oh, and just a reminder to Surrey members, the 11th of September, what date are we today? The 9th, so a couple of days' time. You can come here and watch the ODI on Friday. All the details are on the Surrey website, up on the old roof terrace on the tellies.
Yep.
So on the Surrey website, all those details. Be a nice way to spend Friday. Of course, Surrey are down at Chelmsford on Friday in T20 action. 68 for 2, Burns 30, Smith has 9.
Yeah, nice effort here. 88 more runs to win. Well, with that Ricky Clark testimonial, a bit of brainstorming around 6 kind of groups of 6 event formats. Church will probably be the
Well,
I'll
find out tonight.
I got a bit of a nibble of work this morning, Church.
Oh, that's good news.
Quite
Excellent.
excited.
Very good. Anything we can know about?
Well, voice of God and a band for an event.
Ooh.
Can do this. I'll do the voice
Band.
of God. A band, yeah. I can do bands.
Oh, I thought you meant you'd been offered work.
Yes,
morning.
yes,
you
yes,
have.
a
to
voice of
do
God.
For
Well, I don't know about that in detail, but a thing, an event.
very
No,
good.
and a band. So a voice of God and a band providing for an event, basically.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Very good. I thought you meant you were being the voice of God for a band.
No, well,
Which would have been amazing. James Coles it is,
Yeah.
from the Vauxhall end, will come left arm round the wicket to Rory Burns, and this one's tucked up to Rawlings by Burns. He's going to get a single again. Just sneaks another single. Does Rory Burns, just keeps that scoreboard moving. He's on to 31, 69 for 2.
so I'll be the voice of God,
Right.
which I love doing.
Yes, yes, you're very good at it.
I can probably find a band of some description to do the other bits and pieces.
And this is
I
for,
think it's for
as round the wicket comes Coles to Jamie Smith, and he's forward, pushing this one back up the pitch, and there's no
a
run.
live music quiz.
Oh,
Live
excellent.
stings.
Oh, Darren, good luck.
Yeah.
All the
And what
very
could
best.
Possibly
Well,
go
that's
wrong?
my first thought, as always.
Need the tail to wag the dog, I think, don't we? Or the other way
Yes.
around.
As Coles is in, and this one's turned, leg side by Smith. In there to short leg to the sound of the grinder.
Yeah.
Over there in the distance. That'd be a good name of an album, wouldn't it? Sound of the Grinder. Waits again. Does
Wasn't that a Girls Aloud
Jamie
track?
Smith. That was Underground. As shot from Jamie Smith. It's gorgeous from Jamie Smith for 6 over long off. Oh, Jamie Smith. It's just the lovely swing of the bat from Jamie Smith. Gets to the pitch, goes inside out, and a languid, as easy as you like this, and lovely shot from Jamie Smith for 6. He's on to 15, 75 for 2.
So that was a really good bit of batting, because that was quite wide. He had to open himself up, didn't he, to hit it sort of fairly wide mid-off. Serious bit of batting, that.
Great shot, really good shot that from Jamie Smith. As round the wicket once again goes Coles, and this is turned by Smith straight into Finch at short leg, and there is no run. 12:15 on this, the final day of the Bob Willis Trophy. Group stages, of course, final to come. Somerset are in that. Oh no, they're not. This is 6 more from Jamie Smith. That's an even nicer shot for me. Jamie Smith's gone a bit straighter, just not going to let Coles settle here. Down the pitch he comes. That's going to be a great bit of commentary on the clip, isn't it? Somerset are in the final. Oh no, they're not. Oh, that'll be 81 for 2. Smith's on to 21. Burns 31. And 75 more required. Lovely shot. Couple of 6s in the over from Jamie Smith. And Smith and Burns get together for a bit of a natter about everything. And we have a hand sanitisation break.
We do indeed.
Yes, Essex we know are in the final. And Somerset are going head to head with Worcestershire. Now, winner of that one, unless Derbyshire pulls a miracle off, will play...
Miracle at Eggborough.
Yes, indeed. Will play Essex in that final. Just get the latest score for you here. So the latest score from the game between Worcestershire and Somerset is that Worcestershire 108 for 5. So they still require another 137 to win that one. So Somerset firm favourites because Derbyshire are 44 for 2, still needing 337. So it's looking like it'll be an Essex-Somerset final, Johnny Barron.
Wow.
Which I think, actually, to be fair, an awful lot of people were predicting an Essex-Somerset final right at the start.
Two of the most consistent teams in the formats over the last few years, aren't they? They of course played off, didn't they, at the end of last year, that horrible rain-affected game down at Taunton. Alistair Cook, a few runs from him, saw to the end of that one. But no, that would be justice. I tell you, that would be a heck of a game, wouldn't it, the headquarters?
Yep. A couple of weeks' time, that final. So, Rory Burns on strike. Dalray Rawlings will be the bowler down there at the pavilion end. 75 more needed by Surrey. 81 for 2 they are. Dalray Rawlings is getting ready to come over the wicket to Rory Burns. Burns sweeps, hits the front pad. It's his back pad actually, and rolls away into the offside, and there is no run. Burns, little adjustment of bits and pieces, and then settles himself down again as Rawlings is in, and Burns, nicely played, just tucks it crisply out toward David Visa. Out there at deep mid-wicket, that'll be another single for Rory Burns. He moves on to 32. Jamie Smith comes on to strike once again. Out there in the middle. Wonder if he's seen a ship yet.
Yes.
Normally you have to put 20p in, don't you, to look at the telescope at the end of the pier?
Be interested to know what his view is, actually.
Well, probably of the ground. Yeah. Rawlings, round the wicket he comes, and this one, now, what's that, stumping? Because Jamie Smith got lost. He lost the ball, it went behind him. Ben Brown, I think, was trying to almost kick it onto the stumps, but the bail didn't come off. That's what's happened.
Yeah.
Ben Brown has tried to get that back onto the stumps. It's hit his pads, it's hit the stumps, and the bail's not come off. Oh, look at that. The bail has somehow stayed on because it had been gone stumped. Ben Brown didn't know a lot about it because it hit his pads and went straight back onto the stumps. And, well, the bail just sort of lifted up a touch. Goodness me, that's a bit of luck for Jamie Smith, as this one's gone past the edge as he plays the line, taken by Ben Brown.
You know, like in golf, where you can wait, can't you, for a period of time before the ball goes in. But I guess the problem is you've got the batsman stood in, haven't you? The bail comes off.
Round the wicket once again goes Rawlings. Forward goes Smith. He'll pick up a single. One more to the total. One more to Smith.
This is Surtees Cam.
At St John Wall has been in touch, saying, first time I've heard Barron this season. Didn't take long before the usual repertoire was being wheeled out. In particular, his much cherished pickle theory.
Well,
let's hope the Amler wicket doesn't provoke said theory. Thank you, at St John Wall. The normal repertoire as this one is hitting the pads of Rory Burns as he dances down the track to Rawlings. Someone see through you. And 83 for 2, Burns 32, Smith 22 at the end of the over. And Richard's been in touch saying, greetings from Bonn in Germany. Am I right in thinking that all the wicket takers bar one, Visa, are 22 and under in this game so far? You might well be, Richard. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, nothing says I'm likely to have a quiet winter than somebody calling me out for the usual repertoire, does it?
That was extraordinary, though, really, because it sort of hit the stumps quite hard, and one edge of the bail sort of went up, but it didn't fall out the groove.
Surtees Cam.
Oh, is that what it is?
Surtees Cam. Yeah, the wide one.
Anyway, Coles left arm round the wicket to Jamie Smith, who's not got much on this, but neither has Brown. It's going to run off down towards the boundary rope for 4 leg bites. A little bit of thigh guard on that. Coles just drifting onto the pads of Jamie Smith. Here we go. We're seeing it again now on the live stream. If you're seeing that, you'll see that bail just lifting up, just lifted up, and then didn't come off the stumps. Extraordinary, really. Just lifts up, doesn't come off. Coles, round the wicket he comes, and this one's turned by Smith into the leg side. Rolls out there towards square leg. One more to the total. Smith moves on to 23. Burns comes back onto strike on 32. 88 for 2. Wind's changed direction today. It's going right to left yesterday. It's going left to right today. The wind. And as Coles is in to Burns, and Burns uses the feet, punches this one up towards mid-on, and Rawlings does the fielding, and there is no run. Ben Brown just manoeuvring his field, in charge of operations out there, of course, as Coles is in, and this one's tucked away by Rory Burns with a roll of the wrists down towards long leg. He'll stroll a single here, will Rory Burns. Burns moves on to 33. 89 for 2. Jamie Smith waits once more for James Coles. Left arm round the wicket goes Coles to Smith. Short ball, and this is hammered by Smith, but straight up to Haynes at mid-on. Looking to punch that straight down the ground, I think. It was Jamie Smith, but just picked out Haynes there at mid-on. Coles once more is in. And this one's left wide outside the off stump by Jamie Smith. End of the over. 33 to Burns, 23 to Smith. Surrey in pursuit of that target, winning target of 156. They are 89 for 2.
Yeah, ticking over, aren't they? And Jamie Smith actually played some lovely shots in that 23. Burns, well, just being Rory Burns, isn't he? Being busy, punching the ball around the ground. And Sussex, well, not quite in the last chance saloon, but 67 looks very, very doable on a surface that suddenly looks, to be honest, last sort of half day or so, it's looked fairly benign, really, hasn't it? In terms of all the drama that was happening in the early part of yesterday afternoon. And Moriarty and the new ball, and a bit of Verdi as well.
Delray Rawlings from the pavilion end. Oh, pardon. As waiting over his bat once more is Rory Burns, as Rawlings is in, and Burns uses the feet, clips this one back up the pitch. Rawlings does the fielding, Burns nicks a single. It's good awareness from Rory Burns. And one more to the total. Burns moves on to 34. 90 for 2. Smith comes back onto strike on 23.
Doing this nicely. Just taking the heat out, aren't they? Just ticking it over as well. Four and a bit, the run rate.
In comes Rawlings. Forward goes Smith. Pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Did like those two straight drives
From
Lofted
Smith.
drives,
He's a lovely player, Jamie Smith. And he's been a little short of runs in the last couple of innings. Well, he hasn't made any. As forward goes Smith and turns this one down into the leg side. He's a very cool, calm, collected young man is Jamie Smith. Doesn't get flustered. 90 for 2. Rawlings is into him. This is too short. Punch by Smith into the offside. He'll get a single. Well, Jamie Smith, one more to him. He moves on to 24. 91 for 2. Oh, we've got our first end of the crane object now. That is quite a spectacular one. I'm not sure what that is. It seems to have some wheels on it.
It's a big one.
Whatever it is. As over the wicket once again goes Rawlings. Shot from Rory Burns. It's only a single, but it's beautifully punched down towards long on by Rory Burns. Gets one more, does Burns. He's on to 35. But it looks almost like a huge hostess trolley. As round the wicket, can you still get those? Round the wicket comes Rawlings. This one's pushed back up the pitch by Smith. 92 for 2. Burns 35, Smith 24. I remember many a Christmas with the hostess trolley. The old sprouts in there, eh? Heating away and getting everything timing. Get the old sprouts in the hostess trolley with the potatoes and the parsnips, and then wheel it precariously towards where Christmas lunch is being served. I think you can still get them.
What do you get? Turkey, goose, beef?
Just a turkey for
just
us.
Turkey, a turkey.
Just a turkey.
Damn it.
Just a turkey.
Big chicken. Got away with that a couple of times.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
The kids were younger.
Yes.
Here you go, fellas.
Went out with Mum last year, actually. Yeah, very nice it was.
To a hostelry.
To a restaurant.
Which sitting?
Nice.
Which sitting were you?
I think we were around the 12:15.
12, yes.
12:15 sitting. Lovely. It was 5 courses.
Bit Bucks
5 courses. It was. I was driving.
Disappointing.
I was driving.
I guess cabs on Christmas Day.
Doing my bit. But yeah, 5 courses.
Did you spoof for that gig?
No, I will do it.
Yeah.
I am quite happy to. 92 for 2. Yes, I like a hostess trolley. And that looks a little like a big hostess trolley on the end of the crane. Burns is waiting, and Carson's back into the attack now. So the Coles experiment has ended. We've got the off spinner back into the attack, this time from the Vauxhall end. And the first one, Burns, was down the pitch and pushes it straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. It's just got a bit gloomy here now. As Carson, round the wicket he comes to Rory Burns. Burns uses his feet, pushes this one straight back up the pitch. Carson flips the ball back to Ben Brown.
I think if light was to curtail the finish here.
It was just Adrian mentioned showers.
Ooh.
Sort of coming up off the coast.
Don't need those.
No, exactly.
Cool, not at any level.
Wind's gone back to right to left direction now, looking at the flag as Carson's in, sweeping his Burns, but he's outside the off stump. And it's hitting the pad and rolling down behind him. Picked up by Garton in there at first slip. So yes, I've got 2 trips to Chelmsford, Friday and Sunday. I'm off to Chelmsford.
Ooh.
South East Stars against the Sunrisers on Sunday.
Exciting.
In the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Around the wicket again. Here's Garton. This is Burns using his feet again. Doesn't really time this. Clips it into the leg side, but mistimed that one from Rory Burns. Looking forward to that. I've really enjoyed the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Terrific. A couple of games at Beckenham. Around the wicket again goes Garton. That's nicely bowled because Rory Burns again uses his feet and in the end just has to adjust quickly. Nicely bowled that by Garton. 64 more needed by Surrey here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex and the Surrey live stream, of course. Round the wicket again goes Garton. That's too short. That's cut by Rory Burns out towards Visa. Sweeping on that cover boundary rope, and the throw comes in. 1 more to Burns and 1 more to the total. And Surrey move on to 93 for 2.
Yeah, there'll be another one. Clock just ticks over to 29 minutes past, so there'll be another over before the luncheon interval. 63 required.
Jonathan saying that they purchased a hostess trolley 5 years ago. And he says no respecting household should be without one.
No.
The one thing I would say though, check your tyres.
Yeah, good point.
Because I've had it once where I was pushing the hostess trolley, tyre came off, whole thing toppled. That was not ideal. Sprouts everywhere.
Well, they've got basically the tyres on the said hostess trolley tend to have a mind of their own as well, don't they? Never helps.
Don't overload it either. That's the other thing. But very de rigueur, sort of a 70s, weren't they? The old hostess trolley.
Yeah.
There's your braces, Baron. They're up. Here is Rawlings from the pavilion end. This is tucked away by Rory Burns out towards deep backward square. I'll take a single. 62 more needed. 94 for 2.
So those 5 courses, I'm going to have a little guess at those. I reckon there's smoked salmon involved.
For Christmas,
yeah,
I think I went soup. But when they said 5 courses, they had a little sort of sorbet to clean your palate. As
Yeah.
up on his toes goes
Very 80s.
Jamie Smith, but it was a carvery,
Ah!
and you could go up as
Oh, you
many
like them.
times as you wanted.
Dangerous, Jeff.
Yes,
Dangerous.
round the wicket goes Rawlings, and this is turned leg side by Jamie Smith. He'll take a single, one more to the total. So yes, you could go up again, which is excellent news.
Like a dog in a butcher's
95
shop.
for 2, but you were under time pressure for your sitting, obviously.
Oh, yeah. So 12:15. What time? What time
I
do
think
they
we
turn
were
the tables?
2:15. So you had a 2-hour
2
window to
hours.
fill your boots.
You want to get early to the carvery.
Yes, yes. As in over the wicket once again is Rawlings. Oh, and Rory Burns dances down the pitch. Rawlings saw him coming, fired it down the leg side. Ben Brown gets a glove to it. Leg byes the signal. Oh dear, that didn't sound good.
No.
One more to the total, 96 for 2.
Christmas bird?
Yes, there was a choice. I can't remember now actually, but I remember there was Christmas pudding, but there was also sort of a fruit salad and I think a chocolate gâteau. As this is short from Smith, and he punches, oh dear, and that's got through mid-off. I think the less said about that, the better, really. Wasn't the best bit of fielding that we've seen from Stuart Meeker. And over the boundary rope and away for 4. And the 100 comes up for Surrey. So just 56 more needed by Surrey. And then 100 for 2. Bit short from Rawlings and Stuart Meeker. I think it's fair to say sort of dived over the top of that. And it ran off towards the groundsman's workshop. As Rawlings in again, Smith is forward, pushes this one back down the ground. And there is no run, and that is lunch, everybody. So that's lunch, and Surrey have done that pretty well so far. 100 for 2 at lunch. Rory Burns and Jamie Smith will make their way off. 56 more needed by Surrey, 8 more wickets needed by Sussex. So we'll be back with you in 40 minutes time, but at lunch, Surrey on this final day needing 156, a 100 for 2. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex. Lunch break is over on this final day of the final group game of the Bob Willis Trophy in this summer of 2020. And at lunch, Surrey 100 for 2, chasing 156 to win. And Rory Burns alongside Jamie Smith. Burns 37, Smith 29. Sussex all out this morning for 128. That was a lead of 155. And then Surrey losing Scott Borthwick, caught by Garton off Carson for 11. The sound of banging once again. And Hashim Amla caught by, there's the grinder, caught by Finch off Rawlings for 18. And 55 for 2, and it's now gone up to 100 for 2. Myself and Johnny Barron to get us started. Adrian Harms will be with us at 1:30. How much cricket we'll have left to play by 1:30, we'll wait to see. But sorry, so far been quite efficient, Johnny Barron.
Ticking over very nicely. Yes, no real, I mean, apart from obviously the loss of Scott Borthwick and Hashim Amla. Rory Burns has been busy on 37. Jamie Smith has looked very elegant indeed, hasn't he? Very compact. A couple of big shots down the ground from him. And it has looked very tidy. And Surrey, well, they'll just be looking to push on and try and get it done.
Yes, and Sussex down there. Last team talk from them, because we'll be done before tea, whatever happens here. So this will be the last sort of probably hour and a half, I would have thought,
Kings, yeah,
of this summer of 2020. And the Bob Willis Trophy final to come, of course, at Lord's. 5-day test match final at Lord's.
I mean, I do like the Americanisation, actually, of this year. The playoff, isn't it? The kind of playoff scenario. It's worked in so many other sports, hasn't it? Eliminators, playoffs, all those kind of things. I think it's very exciting.
We haven't really had those in the Bob Willis Trophy, though. Eliminators or playoffs.
No, but what I mean is having a final is a.
I see what you're saying.
There's never been a red ball final before.
No, that's very true from you. But Red Bull Test match, it's a test match.
5 days.
5-day test
still
match.
end up. What are going to be the tiebreakers on a draw?
Well, they're probably concocting those at the moment, I would have thought.
Well, it should be timeless until the boat's ready to go.
Yes, a timeless final.
It was the last one in South Africa, wasn't it? And England had to get the boat, didn't they?
So, out there in the middle, Rory Burns with Jamie Smith. Our players are back, and we are all ready to go. Burns 37, Smith 29. That's a really good point, Johnny Barron. I'm really hoping now that the Bob Willis Trophy final is a draw. And then after 5 days, then what happens? They'll go
super over.
They'll have to go to batting points.
Oh no, but super over would be brilliant, wouldn't it? Or a T20 on the final evening.
A super over would be even better after 5 days
of attrition.
At 6 o'clock. Super over, boys. Switch yourselves on. So, no, it'll be terrific. So we know that Essex are there, and we're waiting to see who Essex will be playing. It's looking very likely to be Somerset, which actually is the final that a few people tipped before the start of the competition.
2 form dogs.
Indeed. So Carson it will be from the Vauxhall end to get us started after the lunch break. Coming round the wicket to Rory Burns. He's using his feet. You're not going to get that. He's a long way down, hitting the front pad. Rolls away into the offside. And there is no run. So at the moment, Worcestershire 126 for 6 at lunch. Need another 119, because of course if Worcestershire win that, they'll probably go to the final. As this one from Carson, little bit of turn. Rory Burns has played the line of that, and that is taken by Brown, moving away to his left-hand side.
Didn't want that one to be straight. He didn't get up a great deal.
Round the wicket comes Carson again. This is driven by Rory Burns up towards Rawlings at mid-on. One more to the total. Burns on to 38. 101 for 2. Yes, they're really doing a lot of work on the steel girders over there by the pavilion at the moment. There's a gentleman in a bucket contraption drilling at the moment on the end of the crane. So those are the noises that you can hear, the banging and crashing. The sounds of summer here at the Kia 2020. It's been a funny old summer. On the Surrey live stream, there are the two gentlemen in their bucket on the end of the crane, drilling away at the moment. Carson then is going to come over the wicket to Jamie Smith, and Smith turns this one down towards fine leg. I think this will run away for 4. This will run away for 4. Nicely played by Jamie Smith. He moves on to 33. Surrey move on to 105 for 2.
Okay, great guns. Yeah, left a bit, right a bit.
Nicely played. 50 partnership between Rory Burns and Jamie Smith. It's been sensibly done by Jamie Smith and Rory Burns. 51 more needed by Surrey as Carson is into Smith, and Smith plays off the back foot this time, studiously out into the offside, and there is no run.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, on the live stream, those two gentlemen now on the end of their bucket, or in their bucket, making their way to do some more screwing in of something, as Smith is using his feet and playing this one up towards mid-on. Haynes does the fielding. End of the over, the floodlights are on. Just turn the lights on because it did get a little bit gloomy during the lunch break. And 105 for 2 then Surrey. Burns 38, Smith has 33.
Yeah. Be disappointing if the light came into it, wouldn't it? What a crushing end that would be to the final day. But yeah, it has got a little gloomier. Actually, we got through everything yesterday without any major problems.
Okay. Yeah. I think if this was getting to 5 o'clock, then we might have a problem. But as it is, we'll be gone by 5. So Delray Rawlings from the pavilion end. Jamie Smith at the non-strikers end. Rory Burns 38 not out. The captains look good again in this second innings. 103 in the first innings.
Look busy, isn't he? Very busy
in the second innings. Of course, he's been facing that West Indies and Pakistan attack most of the summer.
Proper attacks, both of them.
Rawlings is in over the wicket. Burns sweeps fine, deliberately fine. That's going to run away for 4. Rawlings going outside his leg stump, and Burns almost sweeping that behind himself, and that whistles away for 4 runs. Burns is on to 42. Surrey moving on to 109 for 2.
Could happen in a hurry here for Surrey. That's what they'd like.
47 more needed by Surrey.
Under 50.
47 normally is. As over the wicket goes Rawlings. That short pull by Burns for 4. So Delray Rawlings here hasn't quite got it right after lunch. And
1 for the over.
Pulled away, yes, pulled away by Rory Burns for 4. It was very short from Delray Rawlings. And Burns is on to 46. As on 13 for 2. Rawlings is in. Burns, slog sweeping this time. Outside the line of the off stump. Hits his front pad. Potters away towards cover, and there's no run.
Look at the 1845 stand there. There's Rory Burns. Tell you what, he does go at a terrific lick these days, doesn't he, Rory Burns?
As I say, I think it's probably nice for him to be out the bubble again. This is very short. That's 2 for the over, and pulled by Burns, and that's his 50. Rory Burns has played very nicely again here. 103 in the first innings. The captain moves on to 50. Nicely put away by Rory Burns. No great celebration, just a raise of the bat towards his teammates in the Montpellier club. 117 for 2 Surrey. 39 more required. We've got a slight delay because the ball has gone into the stand and gone down one of the tunnels that you come up to get into your seat. So there's a slight delay while the ball had to be going retrieved, but they've got the ball back now. But no, Rory Burns has looked every inch.
Yeah.
Test match cricketer here, isn't he?
Well, back in the side, bosh bosh.
What I like as well is his team's lost 4 times since he's been in the England bubble, as he's using his feet, playing this one down, and he's sort of arrived, taking the game by the absolute scruff of the neck. And he's sort of saying, right, you're not finishing this season
like that
with 5 defeats. Still a bit of a way to go as he's sweeping here, Rory Burns, and has he got a bit of glove on that? They're going to pick up a single, Just watching umpire Bainton. Yep, bit of glove, I think. And picks up one more. Burns on to 51. End of the over. 118 for 2. Sorry.
Well, rattled along. 18 off the 2 overs so far since lunch. And what do we have off that? 14 coming off that over, I think. 4 of the previous one. Yep, and just 38 to come. I mean, it really is happening in a hurry now. They play the same way, you'd expect as well. Or continue to play the same way.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. Try and get this done as quick as possible from a Surrey perspective.
James Cole's back.
Yep, we're going to have a bit of James Coles with his left arm spin. Oh dear. Oh dear. And Rory. Oh dear. And Rory Burns will be the man on strike.
That'll be Jack Carson at the other end, I suspect, maybe.
Could well be. So, it's Rory Burns. Good job this isn't going to be a long day in many ways with what's going on today on the building site.
Flatter.
A headache at the end of this. So Coles over the wicket, he comes to Burns, who's using his feet, punching into the leg side. He'll take a single. Well, Rory Burns and moves on to 52. 119 for 2. Goodness me.
Thank you, sir. Can I have another?
That really is very loud. Ooh, banging. There's Coles. Gets ready to come. Left arm round the wicket to Smith. Smith is forward and pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Ah, good. The grinder's out again. Excellent. As Jamie Smith waits once more. As Coles round the wicket to him. Oh, he's bowled him! James Coles bowls Jamie Smith. Nice bit of bowling. Just skipped on to Smith. He was going onto that back foot, and he's knocked his middle stump out the ground. And Jamie Smith goes for 33. Cole's got Folkes in the first innings, and he's got Smith here in the second innings. He's gone back to a ball he probably should have gone forward to, and it's skipped on and knocked his middle stump out the ground. And Smith has gone for 33, and Surrey are 119 for 3.
Oh, it's a nice bit of bowling. Just hurried him. And also, probably the wrong guy. Just got a bit tight on him on that back foot. Ran out of space to play with. Middle stump rocked back, and well, James Coles, 16 years old, 2 first-class victims, and they're decent ones as well. Jamie Smith, one of the rising stars this Surrey side, and of course the small matter of Ben Folkes in the first innings.
Yes, and I think it'll be Ben Folkes who comes out now.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's already got the wood over him once as well, hasn't it? So it's a nice little opportunity here. 37 more runs to win. Is there a wobble? We've seen them before.
So Ben Folkes is coming out, trying to get those feet moving, bouncing up and down. We'll have a swing of that bat. That arm starts going as well, so just getting himself ready for action is Ben Folkes, like the gladiator walking into the Colosseum. I may have overdone it there a touch, but he is out there.
Partial
in the middle.
Partial to the film.
Seen it a lot of times. Yes, I have seen it.
Can you quote me? My name is.
My name is Decimus Maximus Meridius.
Brilliant.
Yeah, what is it? It's the Chew General. Father to a murdered son. Husband to a murdered wife. I will have my revenge in this life. Or the other. Magical film. 119 for 3. And it's going to be Jamie Smith on strike as he settles himself down over his bat. Ben Folkes says first ball for Folkes, short ball punched off the back foot, and he'll get off the mark. You can hear the yeah come to. So just the single. As round comes Stuart Meeker. So Smith gone for 33, 120 for 3. And Rory Burns back on to strike on 52 here. Surrey captains played very nicely again. 103 in the first innings. His quickest first class 100. It's a little look at the edge of the bat as always, Rory Burns. One of his sort of preliminary movements as Burns turns this one down into the leg side. Used his feet again there. to Coles, and then just stood up and turned it into the leg side, and there's no run. Burns waits once more. Coles bounces in over the wicket to him, and there he goes. Burns gone, stumped! Oh, James Coles, what are you up to, young man? That's a lovely bit of bowling. And Rory Burns goes stumped. Off James Coles for 52. It's a super piece of bowling from James Coles again. And Surrey are 120 for 4. He's absolutely done, Rory Burns there, has young James Coles. And Surrey are 120 for 4.
Wow, this is a wobble. Still 36 runs to win. And Rory Burns, who's batted beautifully in both innings, has to go. And, well, this middle order put under a little bit of pressure here. And, wow, this young man, James Coles, 3 wickets in the game thus far. Serious bit of bowling. Bowling beautifully.
Terrific stuff from James Coles. And, well, he'll remember that over. Smith bowled for 33, and he's now got the Surrey captain and Test match opening batsman Rory Burns for 52. So, good bit of bowling from Coles. And Will Jacks will make his way out to the middle. Jacks made runs yesterday, 84 not out from Will Jacks. So he's now got a job to do to see Surrey over the line, because they require another 36 runs.
Yes, and you know, 1 or 2 more here, and that really would be a serious wobble. We thought there might be a couple of twists this afternoon. We've got it thus far, haven't we? 20 runs added in the 13 minutes since the luncheon interval. 2 wickets have gone as well.
They have. There's a punch of gloves between Folkes and Jacks. 120 for 4. So that was the last ball of the over. So Dalray Rawlings it will be to continue from the pavilion end. Sound of a pigeon flying across in front of the commentary box. And Ben Folkes, a little punch of gloves there with Will Jacks.
Only 16-year-olds have 3 wickets to their name.
It's a very, very good point, that, from you, Johnny Barron.
Definitely the odd ones have had a bowl also in the championship, but three for.
So, Ben Folkes waiting for Dalray Rawlings.
Sam Curran 17. He was 17 when he made his debut.
Yes.
Wasn't he? Yeah.
Yes. So Rawlings round the wicket. He comes to Ben Folkes. Folkes is forward, pushing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Lots of noise out there in the middle. Lots of noise from the building site. It's noisy. As all Rawlings is in, forward goes Folkes, pushes this one down in front of him, just rolls away, and Garton comes round from slip.
Bit more interest, isn't there, from the Sussex side in proceedings now?
Not surprised. Rawlings is in, forward goes Folkes, and pushes this one down into the leg side. It's only 36, but a couple of wickets fall. Surrey haven't won a game this season.
The sides have lost from here. Absolutely have lost from here.
Rawlings is in. Short ball cut by Folkes down towards backward point. Haynes does the fielding way to his right. It's funny, isn't it? When a couple of wickets goes, that sort of shot always finds the fielder.
Yeah.
Had that been 10 minutes ago, that would have probably gone for 2. Always finds the fielder after some wickets. As Rawlings is in again to Folkes, outside edge. Ooh, now is that dropped or just in front of Garton? I think it might just be in front of him. He's pushed at it, has Ben Folkes. Garton's behind us, so all we can see is the backside of Garton. But I'm from the reaction, I doubt it carried. No, bounced in front of him as Folkes is on the back foot, looking to push through the offside. Good over from Rawlings though, maiden over, just trying to build up a bit more pressure, and Will Jacks will be the man on strike for his first delivery, and Surrey are 120 for 4.
Wow. Just seeing that dismissal of Rory Burns again on the slow-mo. Done him on the outside. It's a really lovely bit of bowling. 3 wickets. He hasn't bowled a great. How many overs has he bowled? 5 in the game? Not many.
No, not many.
Done absolutely brilliantly so far.
So Will Jacks 84 not out yesterday, so he needs to just take Surrey over the line here with Ben Folkes, but it's not going to be straightforward. That's the word we've used throughout this. Not going to be straightforward.
Yesterday, of course. 62 for 8 they lost, Sussex.
So in round the wicket this time is Coles to the right-handed Jacks, and Jacks is forward to his first delivery, poking this one straight back up the pitch. Coles does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Jacks waits again. Coles is into him. This is shorter and is pushed by Jacks out towards extra cover. Peaceful at the moment from the building side. Coles, left arm round the wicket to Jacks, who's had a drive at this one that's bounced on him. Nice bowling again from young Coles. That took a puff of dust.
Well, might mind that, will he, Coles? Precarious driving at the ball that's turning away from the bat.
Waits again. Will Jacks as Coles is round the wicket to him. Jacks plays this one straight back up the pitch. Bit of pressure out there now. You can feel a little bit of pressure on the batsman at the moment from Sussex. Very good stuff. Coles is in once more, and Jacks drives and gets off the mark. Just works this one out towards deep cover. Takes the single, does Will Jacks, and he's off the mark. Folkes comes on to strike on a single. Sorry, 121 for 4, require another 35 more to win. Plenty of time. We've still got a scheduled 52.1 overs today. Coles is in, and this is turned by Folkes into the leg side. That rolls in towards mid-wicket. There is no run. End of the over. Another tidy one from Coles, just a single off it. And Surrey are 121 for 4.
Yeah, a couple more would be handy from a Sussex point of view, because you can go down as far as Jamie Overton at 8. After that, it gets a little bit punchy as far as that tail is concerned. Couple more, be banging it, wouldn't they? They'd be right in it. Definitely feel there's a bit of cricket left here, and there's been events in the last 2 overs to suggest that might be the case.
So Rawlings is getting ready to come left arm round the wicket to Will Jacks. Jacks is digging this one out. Brown's gone up for an LBW shout, thinking that may have hit pad first. That rolls out there towards extra cover, and there is no run. Jacks waits again as left arm round the wicket goes Rawlings, and Jacks is pushing this one out into the offside. Rolls out there towards extra cover, and there is no run. Just as I said, they got a bit peaceful on the building site. Rawlings in again, tosses this one up. Jacks flips it leg side. Ooh, good bit of work in there by Coles at short mid wicket. Just kept Ben Folkes honest at the non-striker's end. Rawlings ready once more, then round the wicket he comes. Quicker, and Jacks has punched this out through extra cover. Visa gets round to do the fielding. They'll pick up a single. It's one more to the total, one more to Will Jacks. He moves on to 2. Surrey move on to 122 for 4. Folkes does some more gardening. Settles himself down over his bat once again as Rawlings is in to him, and Folkes nudges this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. Jacks 2, Folkes 1. Rawlings left arm round the wicket once again to Folkes. Quicker. Folkes is forward, thick inside edge. Potter's in there towards short mid wicket. There is no run. 122 for 4. Jacks has 2 and Folkes has 1.
Yes, interesting position. 34 more runs to win. Adrian's joined us in the box behind.
Ah, he's here. I will vacate then.
And,
Aaron champing at the bit to get his commentary stint.
Chomping at the bit. Here we are. James Coles. What can he do here? Gone nicely thus far. And on strike is Will Jacks. Here's Coles round the wicket to Jacks, who's looking to push away back to the bowler. There's no run. 3 wickets for him in the game, and they're big ones as well. Jamie Smith and Borthwick and Burns, 2 test scalps, I should say. Here is Coles again, who's in to Jacks down the leg side. He's looking to flick away. Gets nothing on it. 34 more runs in the piece to go. A little bit of sunshine as well. Plenty of noise. Coles wide of the crease and punched off the back foot very nicely to extra cover. Thomason will do the fielding. And there's no run. A lot more chat out there, as you might expect. Adrian, not done yet here, are we? Long tail. Here is Coles, who's into Jacks, who's pushing forward circumspectly. He's put the drive away for the moment. It's probably wise. He's a talent with the ball, this boy.
Well, he is, and I have to say, I've never seen him bowl before.
Yeah.
Primarily selected, I think, for his batting, but...
Here is Coles again, wide of the crease, and worked away on the onside. Very serviceable left arm. Imagine, I mean, you know, it could be quite a serious all-rounder. Get the single as that's nudged away on the onside. 33 now, the target. And, well, his victim of the first innings is on strike.
Yes, now I'd rather like to get Ben Folkes twice. That would be good to get an England player's scout once, but if he could get it twice, he would be that'd be some debut. There's been some debut already, to be fair.
Here's Coles, wide of the crease to Folkes, who's punching off the back foot at the offside. We were surmising that how many 16-year-olds in first-class cricket have taken 3 wickets in a match. I'd be interested to know where he ranks on the pantheon, certainly in domestic cricket here, in championship cricket.
Well, I just saw when Sussex emerged after lunch, Ben Brown got the players in a little huddle, and he's a very proud Sussex captain, is Ben Brown, and I'm sure he would have been saying, look, we're up against it here, but let's go down with a bit of a fight anyway, and I'm sure he'll be very pleased with the way that Sussex have responded after lunch. I mean, Surrey's still strong favourites. They need another 33 to win, but it's all been about development. This, isn't it? I'm sure already clubs are looking forward to next season, and young James Coles is doing himself no harm at all.
Absolutely. Rawlins. Left arm round is into Jacks. Gets full toss. He'll dispatch that and does through mid wicket. Boundary to Will Jacks. He goes up to 7, 1, 2, 7 to 4, and 29 runs now required.
Yeah, that was a little disappointing. He's bought some good deliveries as Delray in this match, but just occasionally, and it's always the case, isn't it, with young spinners, the odd full toss or loose delivery goes in, and in normal circumstances, you think, well, that's when it's tight like this, you can't really afford a loose delivery like that.
Yes, it was a little bit loopy full toss that has been put away, given the full treatment. Rawlins at the top of his mark again, will operate again, left arm round, and ooh, big shout for LBW, just pushing forward around that front pad is Jacks. Rawlins likes it, keeper doesn't.
Yeah, and I think judging by Neil Bainton's reaction, it was sort of giving the batsman the benefit of the doubt there. I think he thought long and hard about it, and he decided that he wasn't convinced quite enough. Ooh, far away,
Not a million miles away, because that's turn. Rawlins again, and that's cut off the back foot. Visa out on the cover rope will do the fielding. They get through for a single. That's not a bad shout, that has turned.
Yeah, I suspect had that been a test match, then they
might have reviewed that.
Yeah, but it isn't. So
the only thing is that it might have pitched outside. That's another thing. Rawlins is in to Folkes, is pushing outside the off stump. The way Folkes is playing, he's just wary that there's a bit of turn out there. Kind of almost going with the bounce as he pushes outside the off stump, which can't get you in a spot of bother if it does leap. Rawlins around the wicket again to Folkes, who's pushing forward, going past the outside edge. Lovely bit of bowling.
Yeah, it was.
It's happening here. 28 required still.
That was a lovely bit of bowling, wasn't it? I mean, that was Delray at his best. That really was a super delivery.
I mean, that is classic left arm. You're not going to get a bat on that in a month of Sundays. No. Serious stuff. Here's Rawlins again. That bounces off the back foot. And Folkes has a little fiddle outside the off stump. Lucky not to get anything on it. End of another good over. Surrey 128 for 4. Still requiring 28 runs to win, and plenty happening.
Yeah. I think we said this yesterday, actually, both you and Church, you know, this ground, like the backs of your hands, are saying 200 would be quite a tricky chase on here. And,
would be.
156 is proving a little tricky, but if Sussex could have mustered another 50 runs from somewhere, we could be all holding our breath a little here. I still think Sussex haven't got quite enough in the tank, but another 50 runs, and we'd have really had game on. Of course, young Coles could get a hat-trick or something here, but...
it's interesting, isn't it? Because the ball's starting to... It happened at a similar stage yesterday, didn't it? Because I just wonder if it's kind of the wearing off the roller and all those kind of factors. James Coles. Left arm round is into Jacks, who's pushing forward and finding the middle of the bat. But that is about the length there, isn't it? And just drag it back by half a yard.
Yeah. What I love about this game is... sorry, let's wait for this next delivery.
Coles again.
Again goes wide of the crease. Just playing on that front pad again is Will Jacks.
Although it's a bottom of the table clash in the Bob Willis Trophy, it's still a first-class game of cricket, and you can, Folkes and Jacks aren't wanting to get out here,
Definitely not. They want to get home. Unhosed. Here is Coles, pushing forward again, back to square. Evades Finch at short leg. There'll be a single. Visa, who's kind of the lone man patrolling out there, will do the fielding and get through for another single.
Yes, I'm not sure David Visa will probably have bowled much today anyway, but I'm sure they've got a little bit of money. They've now got a run of T20 matches in which the tall South African will be absolutely key for Sussex.
Wow.
Over the next 10 days or so, a whole load of matches coming up.
Here's Coles again, and it's played off the back foot very watchfully by Ben Folkes. Runs a bit more of a premiums. 27 more runs to win. We had 18 off the first 2 overs since the lunch interval, and then been very quiet since then. Coles again. Again he goes wide on that crease. Full and punched into the offside. Won't get a single. So that's fielded quite nicely at mid-on.
If I was James Coles, I would actually be pinching myself here to think that you're actually, just to come to a test ground, but to actually play here and
contribute.
Yeah, it's wonderful, really.
Coles again. Wide on the crease to Folkes. Very respectively, understandably, having got out to him in the first innings, pushed him back to the bowler. End of the over, 129 for 4. Jacks on 9, Folkes on 1, and 27 more required.
We've had an email in from Paul Watkins, who lives in Bewdley, which is down in Worcestershire. He says, "Good afternoon, chaps. I'm a Surrey exile now based in Worcestershire. I'm really enjoying the live stream from the Oval and the commentary, making for a very pleasant work from home environment. Normally around this time of year, my dad and I will be making a pilgrimage to Kennington to mark his birthday with a day of watching some proper cricket in inverted commas. We both look forward to watching a few of these Surrey young lads over the years to come." Better break off because J.R.A. Rawlins is already ready to come in.
Yes, he is, up at the pavilion end.
Ben Brown just marshalling his charges as a man posted back on the rope just in front of square on the leg side. Will Jacks runs in the first innings. Here is Rawlins, who's wide the crease, going round the wicket. There's no run.
Her dad grew up near the Oval in Cleaver Square, wherever that is, where his cousin Arthur McIntyre lived.
Here is Rawlins, and it's just chopped off the back foot. I think that's over around the back over there.
Is it?
Square, yes.
He says it wasn't unknown for a few of Mac's teammates to congregate in the square for a bit of a hit and a giggle, just to keep their eyes. I'll read the rest of it in a minute.
Here is Rawlins, and whipped on the onside by Will Jacks. There's a man back there though. Get through for a single, 26 to win.
Just to keep their eyes in, back when rest days still happened. The resting would often involve a few pints and a sing-along with my grandfather playing the piano in the Prince of Wales, that still occupies a corner of the square.
Fantastic. Rawlins again is in to Folkes, who's pushing out on the onside.
And Paul finishes by saying, "Here's to watching some proper cricket soon. The live stream is a great back." I have to say, yes, well done all. Live stream's been very good here, and well done to all the counties who have really tried to get cricket out to people. It's been a really good effort.
Some good numbers on the streams. Rawlins again, and shout for LBW. What's that hit?
Yes, not
What's
sure.
that hit?
Del Rey didn't go up, did he? There's a big appeal from behind from Ben Brown and George Garton at first slip. But Del Rey wasn't that excited by it.
Here is Rawlins again, who's into Ben Folks. He's looking to drive. And as far as Thomason up at that short extra cover position, end of the over. 26 more runs to win.
Just a quick update from New Road as we've got a hygiene break, and Worcestershire are 151 for 7, still leading 94 to beat Somerset. So Somerset looking odds on to make the final of the Bob Willis Trophy against Essex at Lords. I think we have to assume, Johnny, with the latest restrictions on crowds and gatherings, it's very unlikely there's going to be a crowd at that game, which is a shame. But I'm sure there'll be some live streams and there'll be some live commentary, that is for certain. So at least we can all follow it. And, you know, with all due respect to everyone else, that seems to me to be a pretty good final, to be honest.
Absolutely. I think it'll be a wonderful affair. Two sides going head to head. Well, they went head to head, didn't they, at the tail end of last year as well? A rain-affected game down at Taunton. Probably didn't need to actually play a great deal of cricket to get a result on that particular surface, to be perfectly honest, but rain was a nightmare. They still managed to almost get something out of that final day, didn't they?
Yeah,
getting Essex in a bit of a pickle. Alistair Cook held firm, though.
So we've got 26 more needed to win. It's and young Coles is going to carry on.
Wow.
Well, why not?
He's gone very nicely. And I think Surrey are just looking to kind of get themselves over the line. I think against the turning ball, the left arm, life is tough, and it's certainly this pitch, as it did yesterday afternoon, it's just come to life again. Here is Coles, who's into Folks, who's pushing away on the onside. In fact, it's Jacks down there. Neatly tucks it into the onside, but there'll be no run. Jack's got the lion's share of the runs here. 10, Folks just the 1. Coles again is in to Jacks, who's pushing forward on the off stump. Actually, when you're in that area, I guess it's quite difficult to get the ball away if he hits that line and length on a regular basis. Coles again, couple of strides, is in and just left alone outside the off stump. Don't need to play those. 34.2 overs bowled thus far in this innings. Run rate has been dropping in the last few overs, 3.77 now. Here is Coles, wide of the crease, and pushing forward again is Jacks. A few oohs, nahs, lots of noise with the fielders out there who still feel they're in the game. 2 more, 3 more to get into the what is a lengthy tail. Shorter and chopped nice by Folks off the back foot. There's a man out there, young Carson, and I'll get back for a bit of overthrows. No, just a single.
Yeah, I think that was Henry Crocombe with the throw that sailed over Ben Brown's head. But fortunately, Visa was experienced and wily enough to be backing up.
Yep, alive to it. Visa, of course, played nicely in that first innings. It seems a while ago now. Bowled quite well as well in the game. A selection of slower balls. Here is Coles to Folks. Drops away on the onside. 25 more runs to win is the target. Surrey 131 for 4 at the end of the over. Jacks 11, Folks on 1.
Yes, and young James Coles, very respectable figures of 8 overs, 2 for 22 on his first-class debut. Just keeping up to date, I think we mentioned down at New Road, looks like Worcester 161 for 7, needing another 84 to win. Not the end of live cricket though on BBC Sussex and BBC Surrey. Still lots of T20 matches. Sussex leave here and head down to Southampton tomorrow for their next T20 match.
Yeah, they'll come thick and fast across the next few weeks.
They do.
Here is Rawlins. Goes into Jacks. Push back bowler. Yeah, both sides very much in the shake-up, aren't they, in that group?
Yes, they are. It's very close. You want to call that Southern group. It's always tight.
Here is Rawlins again. And again, that's
pushed out on the offside by Will Jacks.
Watched a very interesting interview on the BBC website with Jimmy Anderson and Tamel Mills talking about fast bowling. That's well worth watching if you go onto the BBC website. Talk primarily about T20 cricket, but it was really interesting to get their views.
Here is Rawlins, who's wide of the crease and pushing forward again. There's Will Jacks.
The different variations and what players do to make themselves a little different when they're bowling quickly in the shorter formats of the game.
Here is Rawlins. Again pushing forward. Well, Tamel Mills just had a brilliant slow ball, didn't he? Or just he could sort of vary the pace. Very difficult to pick up in his delivery stride. Of course, earned a huge sum of money in the IPL that year. Must have been what, 2 or 3 years ago now. Adrian. Here's Rawlins. Pushed around the onside.
Yes, he's obviously had his injury problems down the years, Jamal, but I have to say he's played in all Sussex's games so far, which hasn't always been the case, and he's worked very hard with the strength and conditioning people at Sussex, and looks in, fingers crossed, in great condition.
Wide of crease Rawlins and tugged away on the onside.
And a very fine cricketer, and spoke really well about the art of quick bowling in the in T20 cricket, so it'd be great to see him again tomorrow.
Well, $1 million+ price tag he commanded.
He did.
In the IPL, 1.3 it was, which is handy at any stage of your career. Takes a bit of the weight off, doesn't it? The old mortgage payment, something like that, tumbling into the current account.
Yeah, I guess you don't need a mortgage even.
No. Rishi Sunak could have enjoyed it as well. Chancellor. Everybody wins.
So what do we need? 25 more for Surrey to win. 131 for 4.
We do indeed.
Still young Coles.
Yeah, he's going nicely. Up here from the Vauxhall end, Ben Folkes is the man on strike. Here is Coles, wide of the crease again, and worked into the onside by Ben Folkes. Back to square. Visa will do the fielding down there in front of the scoreboard. Groundsman area. The single will be taken. 24. Surrey will be prepared to tick him down. Here is Coles again, and just propping forward a ball that's going to evade leg stump, but nice bit of bowling again by Coles. Just wonder if his left arm stuff might actually become his stronger suit over time. Can certainly bowl. Here is Coles again to Jacks, who's flicking away on the onside. That could well be 4 down to the groundsman. Hut, it is boundary, much needed. Haven't had one of those for a while. 20 to win now. Jacks up to 15. Useful hand. 136 for 4.
Steve Oxford has sent in something on a little bit of background on James Coles. He says he's certainly one to watch.
Good to hear that, actually. Here is Coles again. He's into Jacks, who's pushing forward again. And there's no run.
Steve goes on to say he's really enjoyed the 4 days with us all at the Oval. Thanks for enhancing the streaming. Best wishes to you all, Steve Oxford. Thank you, Steve, for getting in touch.
Yes, thank you, Steve. Pleasure to serve. Coles again. He's into Jacks. He's looking to drive through the offside. Almost threads the gap, but not quite. Thomason does well, diving away to his right-hand side to stop the single. Nice light conditions here. Still a little overcast. Sun threatening to break through. Here is Coles tossed up to Jacks. He pushes out to Rawlins, and there's no run. End of the over. 20 more required. Folkes to Jacks 15.
I think we're going to see a bit of Jack Carson from the pavilion end. So who is James Coles? This is from Wisden. He says, the youngster, a right-handed batsman who bowls left-arm spin, is set to bat in the middle order for Sussex. He's made waves with a bat in hand for Oxfordshire's youth side and in regional representative sides, often playing above his age group. As an 8-year-old, he played for South Oxfordshire District under-11s, then in a best of districts 11 side that toured Exeter. In 2017, he made headlines as a 13-year-old playing in Ashton Rowant's Cricket Club's 4th team by carrying his bat for a century and taking a hat-trick in the same game. He's already picked up a bevy of awards, including Oxford Junior Sportsman of the Year Award, the Sir Jack Hobbs Silver Jubilee Memorial Prize for the most outstanding under-16 schoolboy in England, and the Gray Nichols Trophy 2019 for the year's most improved schoolboy cricketer.
Wow. I mean, that's a pretty good record. Ashton Rowant, of course, play a lot of games at Wormsley. They're very local to Wormsley. The Getty ground down there. I've played against them actually in a couple of Lord Taverners games over the years. Carson His change of bowling up at the pavilion end, but wow, I mean that is a pedigree, isn't it? So Jack Hobbs medal sounds a good one.
It's not a bad CV,
no,
is it?
Absolutely. Good talent. Playing at 16. Here is Carson, who's in to Folks, who's tucking away on the onside. Got a mid-wicket, so there won't be a run there.
There's a picture of him now. I'm not sure who that's. It looks a little bit like Stuart Meeker, actually.
That actually is him next door to Sam Billings.
Sam Billings. Good spot.
Here is Carson again to Folks, who again works it to mid-wicket. Trying to get it wide of that man and try and get a sneaky single. Still 20 to win. 8 minutes to 2 on the final day. It all happened very quickly yesterday evening as Sussex lost 62 for 8. 8 for 62. Ooh, worked well on the onside. They'll get a single on this occasion because that is wide of Thomason at mid-wicket. 19 now to win. Yeah, but it's no mean feat playing as a schoolboy in your GCSE year with the big boys in first-class cricket.
Yeah, that's a good question. I wonder how that works when you're 16. He's probably just done his GCSEs, perhaps going into A-levels, and always difficult to juggle these things.
Yep. Carson, who is in to Folks, who's tucking away on the onside. Well, of course, we had when Dom Sibley made that double 100 against Yorkshire in September. He was given the first half of term off by Whitgift School in his final year. To have that opportunity, Carson again is in to Will Jacks, who again works it to Thomason at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, which is rather nice, isn't it? It gives it, I guess, but you've got to still try and get your A-levels, though, if you...
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, well, absolutely. No guarantees. Full of length and left, and, well, left on length as that bounces over off stump. That's a super leave.
Yeah,
considering a couple of scuttled through from that end, that's a brave leave as well. End of the over, still 19 more runs to win. Jacks is 15 not out, Folks 3 not out.
Yeah, we'll just see that delivery again on the replay here. Oh, that did turn. Well, you have to, it was a good delivery, but you have to credit the batsman.
Yeah,
it was
super leave.
It was a very good leave.
Super leave from the right-hander. Rawlins into the attack.
Yeah, no, I'll probably have to leave in about 5 minutes. So just to thank everybody for their emails, texts and tweets during the game. It's always good to get them, and thank you very much. And let's hope that we're all back for some 4-day cricket, Johnny, in April next year.
Well, absolutely. We'll look forward to that. Adrian, it's always a pleasure.
Yeah, whether Sussex...
Who knows what the format will be?
Well, who knows? Whether Sussex will be playing Surrey, whether there'll be a different format, we wait to see.
Rawlins, who is wide of the crease, and that's cut. They'll get a single. It's cut down the ground, Stuart Meeker. Looking to go a little squarer than that, but run nonetheless to Ben Folks. 18 more required. Sorry, 138 for 4.
Well, Churchy was saying about a chairman's meeting in October, and that's going to be much to ponder.
Wide of the crease. Rawlins full toss, missed out, but they'll get through for a single up to Stuart Meeker, who gets a throwaway. 17 now. 17 required for Surrey to end on a high on what has been a little disappointing in the 4-day stuff. No wins thus far. Rawlins into Folks, who's driving up to Meeker. There's no run. Well, it's very good to have you here, Adrian.
It's been fun, thank you. It's been always enjoyable coming up here.
Rawlins again. Driven on the offside, nice bit of work, but to the left-hand side of Thomason, who does the fielding and extra cover, and there'll be no run. Partnership 19. Useful run, 17 now on the board. Rawlins again. Pushing forward again is Folks. On the full length, bit of banging up on the sight away to our left-hand side. Floodlights are still on, although I think they'll not a great deal of need for them at the moment.
No.
Which is good news. Rawlins, and that's all played off the back foot eventually by Ben Folks. A ball that turns outside the off stump but doesn't get up a great deal. And, well,
I shall take my leave, John. I've got to do an update to the listeners to BBC Sussex. So thank you again. Thank you to Churchy. And I don't know whether we'll see you for the T20s. We might do. There's a game up here next week, I think.
Adrian.
There's a schedule. But anyway, if we don't,
Always
all the
play.
best.
Lovely. Thanks, Adrian. Always nice to have Sussex here from by the sea. And 17 still required. Jack 16, folks on 4. Mark Church will come back into the commentary box for the final knockings. And we'll take over the commentary. I'll just do this first ball while he gets himself set. Carson is in, and folks pushing out on the offside. That'll tick down another one. Be down to 16 more to win. Sorry, on to 140 for 4. Folks 4, Jack 17. White Church.
Hello, Johnny Barron. Hello, everybody. Yes, well, 16 more needed by Surrey. As Carson comes in over the wicket to Ben Folkes, who's whipping this leg side, and there is no run. When you stand up the back of the box, you can't really hear the banging. As soon as you come on, it gives you a right old jump.
Doesn't it just? It's there.
Oh dear. As Carson's in once more to Folkes, and Folkes works leg side, take another single. Move Ben Folkes on to 5 and move Surrey on to 141 for 4. Just keep an eye on that Somerset Worcestershire score. It's an important game. Yorkshire have won their game. Ooh, Worcestershire 176 for 7.
Ooh.
Need 69 more. As over the wicket comes Carson. Ooh, looking for the big drive through extra cover is Will. Jack's thick inside edge, and that runs away into the leg side, and there is no run. Jack's wakes once more. Carson, past umpire Bennington is in, and Jack's goes forward, pushes this one down into the leg side, and there is no run as Anderson. Thomason, apologies, comes across to do the fielding. Waits again, does not being at the swimming bath. Is Carson forward, goes Jacks, pushes this one back down the pitch. Oh, we've got a hand sanitisation break as well now, so we're slowly moving towards the conclusion of this game. Be a bit of a delay now for hand sanitisation for the players. So the 12th men of Sussex come out with their yellow tabards on, and we'll do a bit of squirting of hand sanitizer, and both Folkes and Jacks have a little drink. Borthwick caught Garton, bowled Carson 11, Amler caught Finch, bowled Rawlings 18, and then Smith bowled Coles 33, Burns Stump Brown bowled Coles 52 are the 4 wickets to have fallen today. And Sussex have stayed in this, haven't they? They've not made this easy at all.
Yeah, we thought there might be a few little dramas, as there has been. I'd like to think 15 more runs to win. That will be that. John Surtees down on Surtees' cam. Ooh, what's he looking at now?
He seems to be filming the seats.
Yeah.
At the moment. That's quite all the back of that stand.
There he is. Surtees' cam.
So 140.
It's a game in itself watching him, isn't it?
141 for 4.
Is he listening to us down there?
I don't think so.
Might be blissfully unaware.
As Folkes will be the man on strike. Rawlings from the Vauxhall end, getting ready to come left arm round the wicket to Ben Folkes. And first one short, cut by Folkes, straight out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Another single for Ben Folkes. He moves on to 6. 14 more needed by Surrey. Will Jacks comes back onto strike on 17. Just gone past 2 o'clock here. As Rawlings is in, gives us a bit more air, this one. That's turned by Jacks down into the leg side. Harry Finch does the fielding. Sweeper's going to be pulled up from the cover boundary into an orthodox cover position as Rawlings is in to Jacks. Jacks forward, pokes this one into the offside, and there's no run. Some Long stainless steel poles go up on the crane. Away there in the distance, up they go. There they are on the live stream. As Rawlings is in, and that one skips on to Jack's a touch as he pushes it down into the leg side. It's almost as if Surrey are going to get there in singles at the moment.
Yep. Might be the odd little tickle down the leg side, maybe.
14 more needed as Rawlings is in, and Jacks goes forward once again. Puts this one back down the pitch, and Rawlings does the fielding off his own bowling, shining the ball up. Ray Rawlings, and then round the wicket he goes to Jacks, and Jacks gets a single, just nudges into the leg side with a roll of the wrist, strolls one more, does Will Jacks. So 13, just 13 runs needed by Surrey. They're 143 for 4.
Yep. And the final day of the Red Bull season, as far as these two sides are concerned.
So Sussex against Hampshire tomorrow at 6:35. And then Surrey go to Chelmsford on Friday for a 2 o'clock kick-off against Essex.
Always lively down there.
Yes, indeed. And then Sussex play Kent on Saturday at Canterbury. And then Sunday, neither side in action. But Monday, of course, it's Lords for Surrey in the old London derby, and Sussex are at home to Essex in the afternoon on Monday. So busy few days coming up in terms of T20 action for these two. And Coles is going to come into the attack this time from the pavilion end. So Coles into the attack from the pavilion end of the ground. As forward comes Will Jacks, pushes this one down towards backward point, and there is no run. Floodlights are still on here at the Kia Oval. Coles is left arm round the wicket. Forward goes Jacks, just nudges. Back up the pitch, Coles does the fielding off his own bowling. And again, there is no run. Jacks settles over that bat once more. Coles is into him. It's short, and this is forced off the back foot nicely by Will Jacks. It's going to run away for 4. Hasn't tried to whip that. Will Jacks has just hit it with a straight bat through mid-wicket. That runs away for 4. It's down to single figures now. 9 runs needed by Surrey.
Yeah, a matter of time. So, well, Sussex have fought pretty hard, haven't they, to put Surrey under a bit of pressure. But the problem was, when you lose 62 for 8, not going to win many games with a third innings like that, to be honest. 62 for 8, sorry.
Round the wicket goes Coles, and looking to flick leg side is Jacks. Didn't get anything on it, and they'll get a bye. That'll be 1 more to the total. 8 more required by Surrey. 148 for 4 they are. Ben Vokes comes on to strike. Vokes with 6 to his name. Coles is round the wicket. Vokes lets him go. Outside is off stump very watchfully. And Vokes there watching that one into the gloves of Ben Brown. Moving away to his right hand side. Round the wicket goes Coles again, and it's very wide. And that's got through Ben Brown. Wonder what this will be. You're going to come back for 2. I'm just watching umpire Bainton. Buys is the signal, so bounce there from Coles. That's the over. So 6 required by Surrey. 1 big shot, and that's it. And the 150 is up.
Well, that would be fun, wouldn't it? It really would. Lovely way to finish. Well, it's been a good effort for Surrey. You've just hung in there, haven't they? Because a decent first innings total by Sussex. Surrey got within sight and then, well, caused utter havoc yesterday. Moriarty and Birdie. Moriarty, the first man in the history of Championship cricket to take 3 consecutive fifers. Is that right, Mark Church?
Well, this is even first one in county championship cricket or county cricket to do it. This is a great one from Andrew Sampson.
Yeah.
James Coles has taken 3 wickets in the match for Sussex against Surrey. He's aged 16 years and 160 days. As Rawlings is into Jack, who's almost poked this one straight back to him, and there's no run. The only spinner to take 3 or more wickets in a first-class match younger, Shoaib Malik.
Wow.
There you go.
That's something else, isn't it?
So Andrew Sampson again with a wonderful stat there, as this is driven by Jacks out into the offside, and there is no run. So he's the second youngest, James Coles, to take 3 or more wickets.
Adrian was reading his CV.
Yes, I heard it.
Incredible.
That one from Rawlings has skidded through on Jacks, and it hit Ben Brown on the ankles. So that has skidded through on Will Jacks. Thankfully for Will Jacks, it wasn't straight. Otherwise, that could have been that for Will Jacks. 6 needed by Surrey. Rawlings is in, Jacks is forward. Pokes this one straight back up the pitch. Rawlings does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Quick bunt down the ground, do you think, Mark Church?
Well, I think if he sees one above his eye line, he will. As Rawlings is in, that's short looking to cut. Is Jacks, goes past his edge. To get that down towards third man, I think. Is Will Jacks. He will wait again over his bat as Rawlings, left arm round the wicket to him. Jacks again cuts, and it goes past his edge and taken by Brown. And well, he's done everything bar nick that. As Will Jacks, end of the over, 150 for 4, so 6 more still required by Surrey. Jacks has 22 and Folks is on 6.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's been a pleasure, Mark Church, to do the last game.
Excellent. Well done, Johnny Barron. Glad you could be with us.
Keeps my unbroken run going. Clinging on since 2008.
Yes, of course.
And hopefully there'll be a bit more cricket next year with any hope. Well, hopefully some in the winter of some description, but who knows?
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Coles from the pavilion end to Ben Folks. Folks waits with that bat raised and then looking to work leg side. It hits the thigh guard. Rolls in there to Finch at short leg. And there is no run. Visa is the man at slip as Coles is in. Tosses this one up. Folks goes forward again. Just turns it into the leg side. Ground staff are getting ready. Away to our left. It looks like they're bringing the nets out. So there might be a bit of a net session after this, as we're finishing early. As round the wicket goes Coles again. That's short down the leg side. Folks actually doesn't offer a shot to that's nicely taken by Ben Brown. Moving to his left, very difficult that, coming out from behind the batsman. The ball nicely taken by Ben Brown. He's in again, is Coles, and forward comes Ben Folks. Pushes this one down into the leg side. Still 6 required by Surrey.
Actually having to work for it.
They are. As Folks waits again. Folks is forward. Pushes this one down into the leg side. Rolls in there to mid-wicket. Well, this sums Sussex up, really, in the whole game. They have battled and battled and battled away. As Coles is in, tosses this one up. Folks is driving, can't find a run. Will get a run on a misfield. So Thomason got a hand to it, and it sent Rawlings the wrong way. So Folks keeps the strike. 5 more required. 151 for 4.
But no, it's been super fun being back in the chair. A few nice comments knocking around as well, which is very kind. Thank you.
I'm glad, Barron.
Well, thank you, Mark Church, for making me part of the BBC family for the first time.
Yes.
It's very exciting.
151 for 4.
I am available for anything in the winter.
Yes.
House removals, gardening. Quite good at that.
Yes.
Another skill I've added in lockdown.
Excellent. That's good to know.
Actually, cocktails, mate. God, I mean, Bleeny.
Well, maybe you could combine the 3. That would be rather fun.
Yeah, Voice of God.
Yes.
Hosting.
Yes.
There's any of that.
Yeah. All right. Anyway,
yeah.
as Rawlings comes round the wicket to Folks, who's forward, and pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run.
For mitzvahs, funerals, weddings.
Yes. 151 for 4. 5 needed by Surrey. Rawlings is in to Folkes, who lets this one go. Brown's taken the bail off for good measure. Actually really hit the stumps hard there. You probably heard the noise of that. Just clipped the top of the off stump, Ben Brown.
Must be a temptation to try and lump this. Not easy though.
Waits again. As Rawlings is into, and that's short. He is pulling. Oh, now that's a chance. Dropped at mid-wicket. That is a chance.
Oh dear.
Hammered it. And Crocombe it is there. Dive to his right and puts down the chance. So that could have been the end of Ben Folkes with 5 needed. Rawlings in again. Folkes is forward, pushing this one back up the pitch. And there is no run. At the moment, Ben Folkes is playing Delray Rawlings as if he's Rangana Harath. As short leg at a city point in there for Rawlings, as in round the wicket he comes. Oh, this could be it. Pulled by Ben Folkes. Has that gone all the way? Has that gone all the way? Yes, it has. And Surrey win the game by 6 wickets. And they finish their Bob Willis Trophy season with a victory. Will Jacks finishes 22, Ben Folkes finishes 13, not out, 157 for 4 in the book. A terrific game of cricket. Well played Sussex, well played Surrey, and that brings an end to the Bob Willis Trophy for these two sides. But lots to admire in this game. A lot of young men have done some good stuff in this game and in the Bob Willis Trophy. Players all punching fists out there in the middle, as you have to do in these strange times in which we live. But Surrey have a win in their final Bob Willis Trophy game of this summer of 2020. And Johnny Barron, it's a deserved win, but well played Sussex as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the young men of Sussex are a very young, inexperienced squad. They did really well in this game, and it was just that shock of wickets yesterday, 62 for 8, that was the killer. And Surrey ground out a position on which they've did really well today, actually, to chase that down with just the loss of 4. A few good notable things in the game. Obviously Moriarty, Burns looking quite tidy again, and they'll have to build again for another campaign next year. And of course there's still a lot of 2020 to come.
There is indeed. So my thanks to Johnny Barron, thanks to Adrian Harms, thanks for joining us. Well, that's it for the Bob Willis Trophy for this summer of 2020. There is, of course, 2020 action to come, starting tomorrow for Sussex at the Ageas Bowl and for Surrey at Chelmsford on Friday. But the news tonight here from the Kia Oval is that Surrey have beaten Sussex by 6 wickets. From myself, Mark Church, Johnny Barron, and from Adrian Harms, goodbye everybody, and we'll see you next summer for some 4-day cricket.